All right, so we're live on YouTube. Let me recap my today command. Made some good progress on laying things out, in like a prototype kind of fashion. And now we just need to do some polish state on the run test button. Things like disable the button if there are no events, disable the button if there is an empty prompt, make sure the button gets re-enabled after a test run. There's some things in the download dialog we got to do, and we want to like trim the events in an interesting way. And I'm going to need some feedback on that as we're doing it. But first, let me pop out my YouTube chat. That way I can catch anything on my teleprompter if someone says hi over there. Okay. So, let's just get to it. Let's do this. I don't like the reservoir tip style that much, so we'll just crank up the brim. Though I do like a thinner brim. Or a shorter brim? I don't know. But yeah, let's get smoothish on the beanie. Okay. So these are the notes that I gave myself as we were wrapping up yesterday. No, it is not Nuxt.js. I don't use Nuxt. I don't use any full stack frameworks. I don't believe in them. So here's something I want to do. I either want to give this some margin top to line it up with this field, or we just move where the new lens title goes. Oh, and hold on. Let me make sure I'm in the right chat there. Okay. So yeah, anyone got a preference? Move the title. If I move the title, then it does kind of like become inconsistent with other pages. And that's where I'm a little hesitant to do that. So let's just do a little bit of margin top. Just the tiniest amount of margin top. I think it's actually going to be PT top. Oh, it's so close. Oh. Siri, that's what we're doing. We are doing the 2-column layout. All right, so let's do this in REM. I believe PT4 is 1 REM. Good enough for funk. Here's what I want to do, though. We're going to put this inside of a tooltip. And that's going to live in here. Yeah. Okay, and then so we've got some state. Ooh, yeah. So event being processed is something we might want to handle at some point. But I don't think we actually need this right now. All right, so then here, right, processed events is what we want to use to show the progress bar. We have this as a flex call, but I think a flex row makes more sense, because then we can do this span. And the span is going to be processed events, but processed events is... Wait, is that a number? Oh, it is. Yeah, so we're good there. So now we just want to do processed events. Greater than 0 or is processing. All right, so then the disabled state, that would be if Not if model's not loaded, but if I believe that could be undefined. So yeah, if that is events or events.length is 0 is one condition. Damn, where did I leave that note for our leaving off? Here we go. There we go. I need to start doing that more. All right, so yeah, if we have no events or if the prompt is empty, that was the other spot. So then this would be right. We want to show rerun test. But yeah, so this is empty. We do almost want to say why the button's grayed out. Yeah, I think that would be nice. Oh, I like that. Yeah, test prompt makes that a lot more obvious. There's still the option that like we don't have events, but if we have just no events show down here, then we're good. Yeah, I like that. That's a great one. And we can still use this like redash thing. Yeah, very cool. Yeah. Great call. Great call. Where we're doing this slice, we want to get rid of that because we knew that elsewhere. So yeah, re-enabling the test button. Okay, so we're using WebLLM directly in here. Let me get more music going first. I feel like there's an on stop. So I think this is actually a flaw in here. Let's just try it. Okay, so is this Pokemon related? All right, we got to download the thing, and that not showing is a bug. That's also a bug layout-wise. Something's wrong with that. Oh, because we have that set to true. And loading disables the button. Can I override it? Okay. Okay, cool. So let's fix that layout issue. Okay. Yeah, that feels a little better. Okay. So I like what we got there so far. We fixed the styling. We need to fix the download dialog. We'll just say that's always open. And yeah, why is the download dialog not showing that progress bar? So yeah, why is that not showing up? All right, because this is in there. Right, so we see it running under the hood, and that's fine. We're not getting the download progress in there, and we definitely need that. So we're getting the value, it's just that progress doesn't want to show? What? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. And it's there, but it does say it has a 0 height, which I find strange. And 2 fixed is wrong. We'll do math.ceil. Okay, so that'll fix that. But yeah, still no bar. It's the same component we've got on the page. What if it's something weird that you can only show one progress bar at a time? That'd be insane, right? Like, there's no way Radix would be that broken, right? Ooh, cool. Let me at least paste this. So Ben Vinegar, who used to be part of the syntax team, is building an auto triage product manager. All right. So yeah. Maybe it's something related to the color of the element. Nah, because it should look almost exactly like this one you see in the background. Like it would just be full width. I guess here's the big thing though, right? We see div progress bar. We don't see anything inside of that div. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom, if we look at this one, we're going to see stuff inside that div? No. No, it is. It is inside of that div. Motherfucker, is it really that you can't have 2 on the same page? I think it's that you can't have 2 on the same page because of the slot. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. I'm going to be borderline upset if that's the case. No, we can totally show 2 on the same page. We are doing different values. I don't think that should fucking matter. Yeah, no, so that's not the issue. Yeah, it couldn't be a z-index thing, just because if we look at it, right, if we inspect, there's actually something inside of here, right? So this is the top level progress bar component, right? This is the internal progress bar that's actually doing like the rendering and the translate X and the blah, blah, blah. And we see two of them, and they both work. And they both have this internal thing. But then for some reason, when we go and do this, there is no internal element, right? We just get the div. We don't get anything inside of it. That's entirely the problem. We just don't know the cause of the problem. The strangest part to me is that we can make this work. Right? And we go do this, and we got a progress bar there, and then we click run, and we click download. Son of a bitch. So it all started when we abstracted the dialogue to its own component. But that used to work, and we had a bar on this page, and that worked fine. And we had a bar on the other page, and that worked fine. Or, like, no. We had a bar on this page, and we had a bar in the dialogue, and they both worked. But the moment we created the dialogue as a component, it no longer works. What the fuck, dude? Like, I couldn't sigh loud enough at this point. All right, still broken. I can definitely think of a way to hack this. But it's definitely not the right way to do it. If what proves it's workable? What do you mean by that? Not. Are you lurking 2 channels and you meant to send that to the other? Otherwise, I'm not sure the context. Yeah, proves isn't the part I'm confused. If I can hack it to work, it'll work. Yeah, but it's a bad thing to do that, right? By the hack, I mean I could recreate the logic of the progress bar, right? I could recreate the CSS and the bullshit, but why should I do that? That's just tech debt, you know? It shouldn't be my problem. Exactly. But it is my problem because it's a problem, you know? Creating tech debt is absolutely my problem and will be my problem for a long time before I can actually hire employees, right? So, no, tech debt is absolutely my problem. I don't know about a steep funnel. It's a very slippery slope. I don't know. Was that the same reference? It's not even a funnel. It's a direct pipeline to suffering. There is no slope on that slope. It is straight down. Yeah, that's maybe what you're getting at. It's not even a slippery slope. It's a fucking cliff. Yeah. It basically becomes the stampede problem from tremors. It's like, the final climactic scene in Tremors. It's exactly that. Oh, and then it just takes the wagon away. Sure, sure. What was that? That was that Raiders? I think it was Raiders. It definitely wasn't Temple of Doom. You want to know the funny thing? I don't know if I have ever caught Temple of Doom from the absolute beginning before, besides like just earlier this year. Like that whole scene in like the bar in China. I've never seen that before. Right? In that like restaurant in China. Like I have no idea how they got where they were. I just remember the part where they're already at the palace, you know? Raiders is the one with the monkey that gets poisoned, right? If so, yes, that's absolutely the one. Yeah, yeah. I had only ever caught it on TV and like HBO because we always had all the premium packages, right? Dude, I've seen some movies at too young of an age way too many times. Like, I knew about Skinamax before I should have known about Skinamax. Raiders is the one with the monkey brains? No. No, no, no. No, the monkey brains and like the gnarly food, that one was Temple of Doom. I'm pretty sure. Almost positive. Right? Because they're at the feast, they're all hanging out, and the female lead is not the one with the eyes. Right? Like I had a huge crush on her. I don't even remember her name. But yeah, the monkey brains is absolutely Temple of Doom. Because that scene I remember seeing before. Right? With the child emperor or whatever and all that shit. Yeah. Or child sultan or I don't know. Yeah, yeah. You're not going to get mad cow disease from eating monkey brains, okay? That's a totally different brain. It's in the name, man. Touche. Touche. That is how you end up getting, like, deer brain is how you can get, like, the wasting disease, though. Dude, prions are fucking gnarly, man. The fact that they survive cooking is insane because it's not even like a virus or anything. It's just a misfolded protein. You could get a prion disease, theoretically. Yes. You're totally right about that now. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the one that you could get from deer is super gnarly. There is no documented case of it transferring, but no one wants to be patient zero, I hope. I mean, if you're already planning on checking out, you could do it, right? Am I in the finals? No, I'm in like the loser bracket. And I'm pretty sure I lost to JLem. Well, this isn't like finals. And no, I already lost. I don't have anyone else playing tonight. JLem has someone playing tonight. Only way I can beat JLem is if George Kittle gets negative 10 points. Like, he'd have to fumble like 5 times. And that's not really something he does. Yes, I'm going to need TP for my bunghole. Now, could I have actually been competitive if I'd realized Dalton Kincaid would be out? Yeah. But it's not like Dawson Knox did any better for me. If I had had Romeo Dubes in, then that would have been good, but that dude is not anything you can bank on. If I had had a good kicker in, I could help a little as well. As far as running backs go, like, no, I had my best running backs in. Somehow Dowdle ended up blowing it, but there's no way I would start Aaron Jones over Dowdle based on the year Dowdle's had. So, no, like, I'm fine with all of it. Should I have played the Browns defense? No, that was probably a mistake. But, dude, Josh Allen only got me 7 points. So how the fuck does Josh Allen only get me 7 points when he was playing against Cleveland, and Cleveland only got me 2? What the fuck? That was me hedging my bet. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? Anyway, I'm having fun. You're saying Dastardly Danielle is advanced general intelligence? No, the dude lives and breathes sports. I don't know if you know that. He's a huge sports fan. Like, I know him from Madden streams. He follows sports. So he's always going to be the ringer compared to us nerds. You know? Dude. Huge R fan? No, he's not a programmer. No, he doesn't do any programming. I know him only because of Madden stuff. For sure. There was a channel that he and I used to both lurk. I'm spacing on the dude's name now. It wasn't even a big channel, but it was like a good vibe. And yeah, me and Danielle just kind of know each other from that. Here's the thing, Danielle wasn't even killing it this year. Was he sandbagging, though? Was he sandbagging? I don't know. I'm not sure. But nah, dude knows sports. The fact that he is spanking Tom's Ingenious team right now, it's kind of crazy. But Chaotic, dude, Chaotic with 147 points this week. Damn, Chaotic. Leave some points for the rest of us. What's a sandbagger, or what is sandbagging in the context of fantasy football? You got sleeper picks that you didn't take because you wanted to give people a chance? Or you start players that you know aren't going to do as well? You could absolutely sandbag in fantasy football. It could be a rebuild year. There are absolutely like legacy fantasy football leagues where you carry over your team from last year and then your performance dictates where you get placed in the draft. What is the broader meaning of the word sandbagging or sandbagger? I don't remember how it originated, but it is someone who is going less than they could, right? I'm actually very curious about that. Where does sandbagging come from? It's not sexual. Deliberately underperform in a race or competition to gain an unfair advantage, right? So in the case of teams doing rebuild years, they are literally sandbagging, right? Teams that are like, you know what? We're going to trade away all our best players for draft picks next year. And we plan on losing so that we can get that first seed as well. right? Like teams that plan on doing a rebuild. Now, here's the problem. The moment you set your team up for that losing mentality, it's pretty pervasive for years after that. So in that context, Robert Tables, yeah, deliberately underperforming, they're saying that that person is basically quiet quitting. Problem is, you're going to be accused of quiet quitting if you're not performing perfectly anyway. And if you ever dare to be really productive, they expect it from then on. So no matter what, you actually have to sandbag. That's something that devs just have to do. It's not worth giving your all at any time, even if it's crunch time, because once they realize they can push you that far, they will continue to push that far, right? So yeah, that's just a thing, guys. Hope you know this. Do not take your job too seriously. You put in the work for what they pay you for. If the job is constant crunch time, that's bad management. Right? Like, you should not put in the effort to compensate for bad management. That's all there is to it. It's like the idea of, oh yeah, we're an Agile shop, but this feature needs to ship by February 14th or some bullshit, right? That's not how Agile works. That's just waterfall with extra steps. Let me get more music going, though. Hold on. You were enjoying a job where you didn't have to do anything for 3 months? You were fixing code, but it was easy? No, I get that. I understand that. I mean, there's that whole like Japanese philosophy. Like, we don't fire anybody, but they will just not assign you tasks. And then there's that bit in Silicon Valley, right? The show, where it's like, yeah, Gavin Belson thinks like he does this like Japanese thing where he'll just like leave you unassigned. Hell yeah, dude. I'm down. Right? Like, that just does not work in the US. You mean you're going to leave me unassigned and still give me my paycheck? And I can just like rest and vest? Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. I believe that's everyone's dream. You got fired from the project and then assigned to team lead. Like, to the same project? Okay, different project. All right. That makes more sense. That makes a little more sense. No. And I get that as a consultant. No, that makes sense, not for sure. No. So it's not like you were fired. It's just you weren't a good fit, you know? But you're probably a really good fit for team lead type stuff. A good team lead doesn't have to be the best, like, individual contributor at all. Oh, they actually gave you shit for it? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, they are weird dynamics when you're working contracting or at an agency or whatever, right? Or a design studio. Like, there's so many weird names for what is essentially the same thing. Now, as a contractor, you're slightly different. Sure. Right? Typically, contractors are, like, embedded. But again, like it's all really fuzzy in that space. You could still be a contractor and not be embedded, you know, like then it's just based on like, well, are they paying you by the hour or paying you a salary? Eh. And even then, it doesn't necessarily mean one or the other. It's, dude, that entire space is so fuzzy. Like, look at it this way. The people that fired you or whatever may have had their hand forced because another team actually wanted you more, right? So I don't know if that makes sense. And hold on, we're in an ad break. We'll just dance a little bit. We'll think about the problem at hand. I'll let the ad break finish. All right, ad should be done by now. But yeah, like, dude, yeah, you weren't fired. You were force hired by the other team. And that's the thing. Where I worked when I was at an agency, I was one of the most sought after devs by the sales team because I knew every framework. I was the most versatile person. I could lead a team, I could do a solo project. They could basically assign me anything. So it actually meant that I didn't work on anything for longer than 3 to 6 months. Yeah, no worries, Siri. Have a good one. Meanwhile, there were other devs that were like forever on one client's project. Oh, I'm even more than that, Robert Tables. I'm a pitchfork-shaped developer. Or an M-shaped developer. Like, I go deep in a bunch of shit. Right? Like, T-shaped, you're like surface level with a bunch, or at least like competent with a bunch, and then you really focus on one thing. Whereas instead, I am surface level with way more, but I go like 2 or 3 levels deeper than most of the other like T-shaped devs at most orgs. I think I embody the true meaning of full stack, which means I'm really not a major expert with any of it other than front end in general. But as far as a full stack dev goes, like, man, I feel pretty good about like just some of the shit that I kind of like know and can talk about. That just other devs either don't get exposed to because they're not streaming on Twitch 5 days a week, or they don't care about. Right? All y'all people like Robert Tables, you are way more capable in like the DevOps and infrastructure space. But I can hold my own in a conversation about it, right? And if I needed to build some shit, I could do it. And I believe I can make it highly scalable. But that's like the thing. Like, I've never done that for a job. Like, no one's ever truly paid me for that part. But yeah, like just it's more like M-shaped developer or comb-shaped developer. Comb-shaped developer might be the best way of describing it. I would say I'm definitely a comb-shaped developer. With maybe like one long tooth here and there. You learned something from what I just said. Damn right. That's the comb shape. We ain't found shit. Yeah, dude. That sounds perfect. This is a different thing. You're gonna make a comb over joke. Blocked. Yeah, exactly. It just means you have more testosterone. I think inherently women know that too. You've got that problem solved, but I should start advertising my amount of testosterone. No, like losing hair is literally a product of testosterone. There's even been evidence of like two twins. One of them lost his testicles in an accident before, like, you know, coming of age or whatever. And the one without his testicles maintained a full head of hair. Just saying. That's just science. But yeah, testosterone does go down over time. All right, where's that reply? Come on, where's the we ain't found shit yet? Oh, there it is. There it is. We ain't found shit. There it is. All right. Nailed it, dude. Thank you. Did you just hear that they wrapped filming on Spaceballs too? So they just got to do like the special effects and like the other bullshit. Oh yeah, Robert Tables. Postwrite is like Buffer, but it's by our friend Kevin Naughton. So yeah, if you want to support Kevin Naughton, it's worth it. But also on the paid tier, you get way more than they give you for free on Buffer, right? Like as far as I know with Buffer's pricing, connect up to 3 channels. They don't say the amount of channels. So maybe on the paid tier it's whatever. No, Buffer's actually a pretty solid deal. Yeah, I would say Postwrite, just, you know, if you can support a friend, just support a friend. But yeah, let me log out real quick. I want to double check his pricing. So yeah, $5 a month. You got AI messages. You can do scheduling, multi-platform posting, and they're not limiting by platform. And in fact, I think even on the free tier, they're not limiting by platform either. So if you wanted to like just try it and give it a shot, I'd say go for it. Like you don't get the scheduling, sure. You don't get the AI shit. But yeah, I don't know. I think Kevin's a solid dude, and I am happy to support him. I think one of these days I'll convince him to pay for Messijo. Shit, if either of us get funding, we could acquire the other one. Yeah, well, you can do scheduling for free on Buffer, but you only get 10, and then you gotta, like, refill it. So, yeah, like, kind of BS-y that way. All right, let me grab a soda, and let's figure out this fucking bug, dude. This bug's insane. Like, how's it so broken? Yeah, no worries, man. Dude, I'm happy to promote friends and, like, their products. Right? You've heard of Y Combinator, but what about CMG Combinator? You've heard of Y Combinator, but why not Combinator? Why hot Combinator? Ooh, that's a separate thing. I'm saying why not Combinator? Or the X8, or no. There's the Y Combinator, but why not the Y asymptote? I actually don't remember what an asymptote is. I'd have to look it up. Oh, the H and the N are right next to each other. Good call. Good call. All right, so yeah, at this point, I think we just hacked this thing. And hold on, Nop, I just thought of a terrible joke. Please don't be offended. I hope you're still there at least. Of course you don't think about tech debt. You're a consultant. Based upon the conversation we had earlier, of course you don't give a shit about tech debt. You're a consultant. That sounds like someone else's problem. Yeah, I get it. I get it. It's actually kind of funny. And I know you actually do. It's just having fun with it. I apologize. Dude, brainless. Hold on. Do 3 of those side by side. I want to see how well they loop. Yeah, that's the joke, at least, for sure. So they're not seamless. For some reason, I thought they would match up better. No, it'd have to be like it'd have to like loop over to be seamless. That's what it would be. Yeah, that's why it would work. Yeah, okay. Now the only way it could work is if they were like if they were making it seamless like side to side. Yeah, that's it. Now I see. Now I see. Right, like what's a good one? Pretty sure I got a few that are like loopable. Who the fuck are these? Like, these are not people I sub to. Okay, some of them are. Here we go. Yeah, like the Primogens. Right? Because that one loops. There you go. The heart one, too. Yep. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. And then not. You hope it'll be good or you'll find something else. Yeah, sure. No, I get it. Robert Tables. I like that. If you can't be part of the solution, there is good money to be made in prolonging the problem. The enterprise motto. All right, all right. Shit. I see the issue already. All of that stuff on us trying to figure out what was wrong and why and all that bullshit, we're importing it from the wrong fucking place. Ooh, brainless. Isn't that the way it always is? Like this thing that you've been putting off for fucking ever, and then you finally get to it and you're like, oh, that wasn't so bad. And you're done. That's the way it always works. And then there's the ones where it's like, oh, this will be a quick one. And you're pulling your hair out a half hour later. So here it is. How do I set this up as a thing that never fucking autocompletes? This has been biting me way too many fucking times. All right, so we fixed it. It's still the wrong thing, but at least we will never autocomplete radix components. Oh, shit. Yeah, I forgot. We logged out. And now I don't remember any of this. Shit. Hot damn, I remembered a password? Are you fucking kidding me? Woo! Does ShadCN have a Twitter account? Oh, it does because he's a He's an actual person. It's just at code. All right. Oh my god, where's the sneezing coming from? Jeez, man. All right, we schedule the post. When does it go out? Tomorrow, 9 a.m.? Sure. Sure, why not? There we go. Scheduled. And then, hold on. Danielle Freak, the man. You could theoretically do that, Larobi. No, that's actually not that new. The key thing is simply recognizing that streamers with split keyboards kind of fuck that up a bit. Right? There are models you could train and things you could figure out, but split keyboards and different types of switches and things like that do kind of like make it trickier. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I am saying it makes it worse. It's why Glasses has his microphone turned off during his password scene. Exactly, Crow. It is possible, but it requires a lot of audio, and it requires actually knowing like the layout of the keyboard. And split keyboards and their ability to be like separated a bit do kind of mess with that a little. But yes, it's definitely part of why Glasses has his microphone turned off during his hacking scene. Or his password scene. Speaking of, if y'all are fans of the Alt F4 stream and Glasses, definitely reach out to him. He's been having a rough go of it lately for things that I don't necessarily want to dox here, but you can go check his Discord. He's left some announcements over in his Discord. And he'd appreciate people reaching out, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it's not necessarily content that I want to do here. It's the season to like let people know you care. No, this is not even close to that. No, this is like a health thing, Crow. You can find more of that for sure. Right? Like it's in his Discord. I don't want to make it like the whole conversation here, but he's a good dude. If you care about glasses or the Alt F4 stream in any way, you should go check up on it in his Discord. But yeah, no worries, Crow. I'm sorry that you're having girl problems. I feel bad for your son. Like, sorry, there's the song, right? I got 99 problems. And actually, that's one too. Shit, I got 100 problems. Yeah. Exactly. Now I got 100 problems. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Take one down, pass them around. That's actually the problem. The pass around. Snowboard community vibes. And it goes both ways. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. Women have the same problem with dudes. It's small community vibes more than anything. Well, technically, that is a problem in and of itself, isn't it, JP? Depending on how you feel about it, I guess. That's a personal preference issue at that point. All right. Anyway, what's the haystack problem? The fact that if we were to, and hold on, let me fix one quick thing. That might have been too much. There we go. Just hold on. I have a hard-coded value that prevents me from demoing things as I want. I mean, I get it, JP, right? It's like that Family Guy meme. Where like Peter and I guess Brian, I forget who actually, are like, and yes, good thing we swore off women. Now we're billionaires. And they're smoking on their porch. And then all of a sudden, I'm so lonely. Like, yeah, or something like that. I forget the exact bit. But yeah, basically. Yep. So the idea, right? Crow asking about the haystack problem. We are able to match on keywords, right? But we don't necessarily know what vibe those keywords have. So instead, could we create a prompt that takes these 466 technically events that we caught via regular expression, and then could we allow you to filter through those using custom prompts? So we could have a prompt saying, is this Pokemon or not? Because yes, when you're talking about ghosty, yeah, ghost type gets regular expressioned. But you probably still want ghosty to not have like the word boundary for reasons, right? So then the thought is, yeah, like what filters could we have? So the Pokemon one is meh, because we could actually just set up the regular expression better. We could set a negative match for the word Pokemon, you know? But instead, we could use an LLM to infer intent and a better lens, right? And a lens is maybe focusing on a very specific part of the haystack. When we're saying the haystack, it's this 500 messages. When using a lens, you can filter that down to a smaller scope, and that scope might be, is this person complaining about an issue they have? And should we have support reach out to them? That is a lens that narrows that haystack down to a very specific use case that you could have someone on your team, right, or at your company specifically getting notified for. So the haystack problem is false positives. And yes, we're listening for the keywords, but not necessarily the intent of the keywords. By narrowing down these things based on their intent, we have totally separate, like, notifiable feeds, still based on the same set of regular expression events that we're filtering. And yes, eventually I need to create a docs page for this shit to explain it. That's a lot of work, but it's work I need to do. And in my opinion, this is what other platforms just aren't doing. I don't know for sure because I can't afford to pay for mention.com. But when I go and use like the Reddit, like Reddit Pro, yeah, their keyword match stuff is very, very like meh, you know? My dream would be to get some kind of like API opened up from Reddit to where like we could like do some like OAuth mechanism between them to where like you could have a Reddit account that is Reddit Pro and you grant us API access to listen for these things that are getting matched based upon what you have in there, because they would never want us to do that, right? They wouldn't give us that full blah, 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 right? What does Y Combinator do? Y Combinator is an accelerator. So startups, like they do, I believe, do they do 4 batches a year now? It used to just be 2, as far as I remember. There was like a winter and a summer batch. Now they have a spring and a fall as well. They gave that access to OpenAI to train their models. Absolutely go to, because Sam Altman is on the board of Reddit. But you know what? We could still wire up something that encourages people to pay for Reddit Pro, but then we still get that data into our application. If that doesn't exist yet, I would love to make that a thing that we help figure out, right? As like a collaboration between our teams. And that's why, especially going through Y Combinator would be important, because Sam Altman is on the board of Reddit. If he could become an advocate for our wiring this stuff up, that'd be cool. If he just wants to take it and let Reddit do it, well, sure, but they have stuff that they need to work on. Is this important for them? Maybe not. So, I don't know. I think there's still value. I think Y Combinator is probably the best case scenario for what we're trying to do, especially because we're focusing on like tech in general with what we're doing. No, they don't take your project. Crow, you apply to this cohort of startups, and they are an accelerator. So they give you funding, right? And the standard deal for Y Combinator is they will give you a bare minimum $500K. But then you go through the cohort and you build, and then you present at demo day, and that's where you solicit other investors too. So you're getting a bare minimum $500K out of going through the Y Combinator process. Depending on how many people you have as employees and how much your expenses are, $500K could be a pretty significant runway. If you're a solo founder and you take a $100K paycheck, you got 5 years of fucking runway. Now, that doesn't account for expenses, so yeah, you're looking more at like 3 years with proper expenses. But still, 3 years of runway is huge. It's where you're basically paying yourself $100K a year as a founder to build the thing. Now, is $100K a massive fucking pay cut for most people who are capable of doing things? Yeah, that's why they actually concentrate on people just graduating from Stanford, etc. Because they're young and they could have roommates and they don't need more than $100K a year. Like Theo famously admits to only taking $60K as his founder salary for Ping. You know, I think that's part of why he started his YouTube thing. Because he needed to make money outside of that shit. You think they cap out founder salary? No, that's actually up to your board. Your board has to approve the salary that you pay yourself. And that definitely comes into which people are you like courting as investors, etc. If you let them know, like, hey man, I need $150K to live, but I can fill in the void for the CEO and CTO at $150K a year, you're getting a $50K fucking bonus on my ability to do both, right? Or something, right? Like, that's the theory. Now, granted, most companies will not want to pay you more than 150, but I think with inflation, 150 to 200K is not outside the realm of possibility for someone who is actually good at what they do. And if you are CTO and CEO, and you're able to do all that shit, there is something to be said that you are filling in the void for your founding engineers and some of that stuff. Because there are companies that'll get funded where the founders will take 100K each or 80K each or whatever, but then they still got to hire people to actually do the work. Is it possible to not get any other investors? Absolutely, but you still get the 500K. Yeah, there are absolutely companies that do not make any subsequent investment from the process. But that's part of the gamble that Y Combinator takes. They're only banking on 10% of their investments to become massively profitable. Then another 30% basically break even. And then beyond that, the rest is a loss. But that 10% that they consider massively successful makes up for all the other shit. And it's why it was so big during the zero interest rate era, right? From 2008 until, let's say, 2019, 2020. The zero interest rate phenomenon meant that people couldn't just throw their money into the bank and collect a bunch of fucking like interest. They had to actually invest in stuff to get any return on the money that they had, because inflation is going to mean that they're losing money every year if they don't have something generating it. Y Combinator gets a stake in your business. They take equity for that 500K, and they're doing what is called a safe. And I don't know nearly enough about what the safe means, but it has like a cap. So it's based upon like your next funding round or something like that. So if you get your 500K from Y Combinator, and then maybe don't get anything else, and then you raise another round a year or two later, Y Combinator's like stake in your business is like at a capped percentage based upon like the next funding round. And theoretically, they could take liquidity at that point, right? A liquidity event is when you get invested into. And based upon things, you know, there could be part of the contract that says they take X amount of liquidity on the next liquidity event, which then would reduce their amount of ownership, but maybe it breaks up some of their money. Oh, is that how it's actually done? Oh, so the 175 is at a bare minimum 7. The 375, 325 after that is then part of the safe, and that makes sense. Yeah, so the safe then copies the best terms you give to the next investors. Yeah. Okay. No, and that makes sense, Sherelle. I believe that is correct. The fact that Gemini fucked up those numbers is weird, though. 175 and then 375? No, it's 500. It's not 550. So yeah, I would even just question that a little bit. Like, if they're going to mess up, oh, that was you? That was just a typo? All right, that's fine then. I wanted to blame Gemini. But honestly, I would expect Gemini to be accurate with this, because this is something you can easily look up. Like, all of Y Combinator's like initial terms and stuff is listed right there out in the open. It's not a secret. It's not special. It's how I even know about it. And you got to consider that Y Combinator is the most well-known of these things, but it's not necessarily the only accelerator out there. So you could take investment from any of these accelerators, and it's just down to the terms that they offer, right? I absolutely think I could go through other accelerators and stuff. I think I would have a bigger benefit going through Y Combinator because you're in a cohort with other tech companies, right? And you're given access to this community of other tech companies. That right there creates a massive like demand for your product from at least those companies. Now, it does mean that that is not a level of revenue that other investors actually care about, but oh, there are a shitload of other accelerators for sure. Absolutely. A16Z has one. Like, they all have one. All big hedge funds, or not hedge funds, but investment funds, I guess, right? Like venture capital funds. Most of the big ones have some kind of accelerator. Either it's their own or they participate. So I would bet money Sequoia either has an accelerator or one that they partner with. Here in Seattle, there's one called AI2. Right? The AI2 incubator. So then you can see their terms and all sorts of other bullshit, right? They've got an application because, yeah, why not? Sequoia has their own accelerator and they call it ARC. Well, there you go. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, A16Z, all the big venture capital firms have their own incubators. Even Madrona, right? Which is basically like a bank's separate venture capital fund. Is Madrona Chase or Capital One? Something like that? Maybe Madrona's just its own thing. But I thought Madrona was actually... I thought it was closely associated with the bank. It might just be their own thing. But Madrona's like a big one here in Seattle, at least. I thought they were big everywhere, but maybe they are local. I just know for a fact one of the first meetup talks I ever gave was at Madrona in the, for the Node.js meetup. And I gave a talk about migrating away from Express to Koa, right? Because Express had been acquired by IBM and people figured it was going to get abandoned because that's where software goes to die, right? And then, it was also just a better experience for async await stuff because Koa was built on top of Yield in Koa 2, and then Koa 3 was like async await from the core. Now, Express caught up for sure, but it's still just interesting. Like, I don't know. I love talking about this stuff, though, because I'm not an expert, so I only understand it better the more I talk about it. But yeah, so here in Seattle, Madrona is a big company. AI2 is a big company. Now, AI2 even has this, like, AI house in which they host events and shit. And it's right over here by whatever this park is. I've been kicked out of this park because we were doing some, like, snowboard shit when there was snow in the city. And, dude, their security is fucking strong at this park. Super strong. And this is over 10 years ago, you know. No, I fucked up my shoulder for the first time. It must have been either 2006 or 2007. It was the first, it was like my first week or two down at Mount Hood. And there was a box that was getting like sunbaked like all day. I did 270 onto it and caught my edge and then like flipped around because of the edge catch. And it was basically like I had this like split moment decision, like time slows down when adrenaline kicks in. And it's like, oh, do I put my arm out even though it's a weird angle? Or do I take this box to the face? And this is the moneymaker. So I put my arm out. And that was when I dislocated my shoulder the first time. I immediately grabbed it and threw it back in. But then I was like, man, that was weird. I've never had that happen. And then I went and like rotated my arm this way and went right back out again. And then I had to put it back in again. Would have been a gnarly video. I've had worse falls. Dude, some like really good snowboarders have seen me do some shit where it's like the fall wasn't so bad, but like I was doing this down flat down rail at Windell's, which is now a ski camp, but it was the snowboard camp back then. I'm doing this down flat down and I caught, and yeah, like just straight forward, caught my edge. And if I hadn't had that adrenaline slow down time, this would have been a face plant of all face plants into like snow still, but it's like hard packed snow because it's like salted and shit. And I probably would have broken one of my collarbones, and I hadn't broken one at that point yet. But this like dude who I'm pretty sure got paid to snowboard, or at least like he had an amateur contract, got a bunch of free gear and got like at least a stipend rather than a salary. It's tricky how like amateur versus pro goes in snowboarding. He's like, dude, that tuck and roll, because instead of like straight to the face, I'm sitting there, time slows down, right? And it's like at the beginning of like a film where it's like, well, this is me. This is how shit could have gone really bad. But let's rewind and see how I even got into this situation. It was one of those moments, and I decided, tuck and roll. And I tucked and rolled out of that like midair, like gymnast style, in a way that I am still like massively fucking proud of. Because that is the thing that separates snowboarders, right? That is the thing that really does change your trajectory as a snowboarder. How do you handle a fall? How do you fall? Because you're going to fall. You have to be really good at falling to become a really good snowboarder. It's one of those things, right? Like, people always say, like, oh, you're starting snowboarding, get some wrist guards. Yeah, that's a thing, because you're not going to have the wherewithal to not put your hands down. But instead, yeah, when you fall, tuck up. Boom. You just tuck up, get your arms around your head so you protect your neck, and your hands are not out to do any weird shit like that. And man, yeah, you can sustain basically any fall if you're really good about not putting your hands out. It's actually kind of fucking crazy. But yes, that is actually the biggest skill that separates snowboarders that make it and snowboarders that give up pretty quick. Injuries are inevitable if you're pushing it, right? You're going to fall. If you're not falling, you're not trying. Now, the only difference to that is, well, maybe you microdose some mushrooms or something. And then all of a sudden your feet are just under you every time and you don't even know. Doesn't mean you did the trick the way you wanted, but hey, you didn't fall. And yes, I've done that a bunch of times. There's something about like a cap and a stem. And then like just shredding. You're not even like snowboarding anymore. You're just this thing going to this other thing, right? You're just like, I'm not even snowboarding. I am just existing and passing through reality from one point to another. My feet, they basically don't exist. I don't give a shit. Like, they're just somehow under me. I don't care. You know, like, dude, it's fucking magic. Microdosing mushrooms is fucking amazing. But yeah, it's definitely one of those things. It's almost like, you know, Donnie Darko when he sees the fucking like tube going places, and it's like his path that he would have taken anyway. That is almost what like microdosing snowboarding feels like. You're no longer snowboarding. You're just following this like path that you would have taken anyway. It's fucking amazing. Oh, it's so good. But yes, I've done tricks. Like I've shredded on a cap and a stem. Like, dude, I was doing some fucking like, say you got a hip. If you don't know what a hip is, it's like a jump that goes up and they're like steep off the takeoff, and then they have like a side sloped landing. It's not a quarter pipe where it like transitions. It's like flattish. But I did some tricks on that with a cap and a stem that I just don't do on hips. And yeah, it was solid. You're not so good of a skier or a snowboarder, so drinking in the lodge wasn't a good idea. Depends on how drunk you get. And it's really hard to microdose whiskey. Ask me how I know. So yeah, no, I get that. I don't actually snowboard anymore without a little whiskey in me. Because my shoulder dislocating, when it does go out, if I've got a little bit of whiskey in me, I can put it back in. Like, so easy. The worst times I've ever like been like, oh my God, am I going to have to go to the hospital to have them yank it back in place for me? Was when I didn't have anything in my system. No weed, no whiskey, nothing. I need at least a little whiskey to loosen up the muscles and be able to just yank my shoulder back in. Because that's one of my fucking nightmares. Having someone else have to put my shoulder in for me. Because I don't know if you know this. It is not a nice experience. I feel like they do more damage when they're yanking your shoulder back in than actually dislocating did, you know? Like, I have a friend who was a screen printer. So he had a massive, massive fucking, like, shoulder muscle. So when he dislocated, he was not able to put it back in. Also, he was kind of a pussy. Just saying. So, yes, he's down at ski patrol. They put him on, like, the bed or the gurney or whatever, and they just have the heaviest person they can find come and yank the shoulder down. Fuck that. Fuck that. But let me get more music going, 1 second, and then I'll respond to your comment. So, did I tear all the ligaments? No, 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 no. Knees and shoulders do have some similarities, but there's also just more ligaments in the knee because it's not a ball and socket joint. So your shoulder basically has like a ligament here and a ligament there. And then there's like the labrum, which is inside your shoulder at the ball and socket, that is similar to your meniscus in your knee. But in your knee, you have 4 ligaments, right? 2 in front, 2 in back, basically. The most common one to tear snowboarding is the ACL. It's the anterior cruciate ligament, and I believe that's like the back left one, or the back inside one, I should say. Yep, ACL, PCL, MCL, and LCL. ACL is the most common one to tear. Absolutely. Like the one on the inside back, I'm pretty sure. MCL is also another somewhat common one, but most people end up having like major like meniscus problems when they do one of those ligaments as well, because the meniscus is basically this like pad, right? This pad of cartilage that sits between the top of your leg and the bottom part of your leg. And when people talk about knee replacement surgery, that's actually the thing they're usually replacing, that meniscus like layer between things. Right? When they're talking about like a full-on knee replacement. Replacing an ACL, yeah, that's an ACL surgery. That's a different thing. But a knee replacement surgery, yeah, you may have needed the ligaments fixed, but you probably needed like that entire fucking pad fixed. Because you can rip that fucker down the middle and cartilage does not heal. And then they replace it with some weird-ass shit. Like, if you watch enough late-night television, they'll show you like the thing they're replacing, and it's like this shit that sits in this like, dude, it's so gross, so gross. ACL tears take so long to heal after surgery. Yeah, I don't know. Knock on wood. I'm a shoulder injury person. My knees have been pretty solid, but I'm also kind of a pussy. I don't hit the massive jumps. People who do big fucking jumps, yeah, ACLs happen so easy. You come up just a little short and you're fucked. Yeah, biggest jump I'll ever hit is basically like 60 feet. Or biggest jump I've ever hit was 60 feet. And even then, I had to build myself up to that so fucking big. Yeah, no, ACL sucks, man. When you blow your ACL, yeah, they're not going to fix that because, yeah, ligaments don't heal. They're also cartilage. They will just either cut a part of your hamstring off and turn that into a mock ACL, or you can get an ACL from a cadaver, or you can get a pig ACL. Yeah, pigs are actually that similar anatomically. So you basically have that choice when you're getting ACL replacement surgery. You spend enough time snowboarding, you've heard all this shit. Like, dude, and it sucks. Oh, it sucks. So, thank you for coming to my TED Talk about snowboard injuries. I do have to go pee. Just give me a second. And hey, what's up, Tommy, Mr. Sir? We'll say there is actually much worse than knee replacement surgery or like ACL surgery or shoulders. It's tib fib, right? Or femur. I have two friends that have done tib fib injuries. One of them did it at Mount Hood during the summer, hitting like a 70-foot fucking jump, which he shouldn't have been doing. Like, no, like anyone can do it. And yes, if you had enough speed, you would have been fine. But he came up short on a 70-foot jump, right? Came up short and hit the knuckle of the jump. And I wasn't there, thankfully, but I heard people say it sounded like a gunshot. Like the snapping of the bones. And that dude's lucky to walk. That dude is super fucking lucky he can even walk still. Right? Like a tib fib fracture. Like I believe his was compound, like the bone was sticking out of the skin type shit. And compound fractures are the gnarliest kind of fracture. Because the amount of bacteria that can seep in to like the marrow of the bone and shit. Dude. Compound fractures, I don't know the odds, but you might as well consider it 50-50 of losing that limb. I'm not even kidding. And then, yeah, like one of my closest snowboard friends also did a tib fib, but he wasn't compound at least. Yeah, tib fib is like the two bones in your shin, right? Just like radius and ulna in your forearm. And then it's femur, which is the top part, like your thigh, and then humerus in the arm. So it's kind of interesting how, I don't know, I guess they're not that similar, but yeah. You have to really screw up to break a femur. It is, I believe, the strongest bone in your body. I believe it's the strongest bone in your body, besides maybe the forehead. Right? And then when we start really debating those two against each other, it depends on like the type of impact and leverage and blah, blah, blah. As far as just pure like PSI goes, I believe the forehead has a stronger PSI tolerance. I could be wrong on that one. Dude, I haven't looked this shit up in fucking ages. And yeah, y'all might be like, damn, hearing all this, why do you still snowboard? The only reason you would ask me that is if you've never ridden powder before. Just one day shredding some powder, it becomes really obvious why I still snowboard. Like, you do need enough skill to keep it going, but man, when you have enough skill to snowboard some fucking, like, I don't know, 1 to 2 feet of powder, untouched, totally fresh, dude, there are very few feelings in the world better than that. Anyway, so we fixed our bug. The main bug was actually due to the fact that we were importing our progress thing from the wrong place. So now that we got this, I think we're good. But what I want to end up doing now, right? If we look at our leaving off, disable the test button if, yep, those are done. Test button doesn't get re-enabled. Yep, that one's done, I think. Actually, now I got to double check it. We want this to go back. Oh, no. Wait, what did I break? Oh, model not loaded? That sounds off. Nope, I know what it is. Motherfucker. All right, so this is a global state issue. Fuck. All right, so this is a trickier one. Like, we almost need to instantiate the WebLLM engine at the top level or at a global level. And then we get access to it via our hook. Yeah, this is so far not a great experience. And something that I would probably want to put into part of a talk if we get accepted for some of this. I just don't know if I would get accepted for something like this. Like, so far, I've only proposed a WebLLM-ish talk to React Miami. I want to do a separate talk. There's like an AI thing during that same week, but I think I have like 2 or 3 weeks to get down there, or to get it proposed. And if I could get accepted for either one, well then yeah, I'm already in the area. Could I convince the company to pay for an extra room or two? Like an extra night or two at the room? That kind of thing? That would be nice. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking out loud. It's like I'm smoking weed or something, which I haven't done yet today. But it's holiday time. We can do it whenever. Who all's out there? Hold on. JLem, are you out there? Are we gaming tonight? Oh, not seeing JLem. I bet he's doing like holiday shit. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, what's up, Alex? I mean, you and I could play some games, right? You have PoE 2, right? We could do some of that tonight. Totally up to you, no stress. Yeah, timing-wise, like, I assume you probably have to work tomorrow. Suckers with jobs. Yeah, I actually have one too, so I have to wake up. I don't have an early meeting tomorrow. I got one at 9. I really doubt how many people are actually going to be there for it. I see enough. Tomorrow's going to be twice as bad. Yeah, you know what? We don't got to do it tomorrow. Nah, man. We can figure out a time. We can figure out gaming. I got other games I can play and shit. Not a big deal. Don't worry about it, dude. just twice as much workload, even then, like, all I'm saying is it can be chill. We got all week, man. All right, let me grab another soda. They're just right here. It's easy. But yeah. Let me do this so it can run while we're doing it, right? Click the download. It downloads. And we see the test running. Cool. Perfect. Nailed it. I do think there is probably an error that I could bubble up in some way. So here's another thing. All right, we are getting a shitload of false statements. I think we're actually getting one that is absolutely Pokemon related. Yeah, dude. What the fuck, man? How many R's are there in strawberry? This is one of those problems. Son of a bitch. So yeah, anyway, we'll keep hacking. But yeah, just the models we're using are not nearly as capable as I would like. We looked at Transformers.js the other day. And the fact that we could run just like pure NLP stuff, right? Like, shit, what does NLP stand for? Natural language processing, right? Like we could get some NLP stuff going. Yeah, when I see NL, I think nonlinear. And that's from like editing video stuff. Right? Like Adobe Premiere and other things are nonlinear video editors, right? So yeah, like the NL part gets me. But yeah, like could we use an NLP focused model via transformers instead of the shit that's in WebLLM that is meant to be like massively generic instead? Like I don't care about the text generation whatsoever. Generating text is not a problem I have right now. Will it be eventually? Maybe. But yeah, like we just don't need generative AI. We actually have a very finite use case. And natural language processing is the main one. So yeah, at some point, sure, I'll pay for LLM models and shit via OpenRouter, but you know what? I bet there's some NLP stuff on OpenRouter that would actually be way fucking cheaper, but maybe not. I don't know. Might even be worth it self-hosting some NLP shit. Because it feels less intensive. It feels fast. BERT is an NLP algorithm, for sure. Yeah, BERT is absolutely one of the things we could use. Yeah, for sure, Jarrell. Yeah, good comment. So yes, Transformers.js has access to all of the like Onyx models, ONNX. And yes, BERT and a bunch of those are in there for sure. And I bet they would be way better at this stuff than some of these like smaller general like generative models, right? Like how much understanding could we squeeze into 500 megs versus like I don't care about generation. And that's what most LLMs are actually geared towards, at least partially. So yeah, I think some NLP stuff would be more up my alley for at least this feature. And then we could fine tune like which NLP model is doing it. Like, and that's where like evals and like benchmarking and some of that stuff based on prompting would be hugely valuable. And I haven't done any of that yet. I do need to set up evals, etc. And man, highlight.io, they were trying to get me to do some of this shit last year. I didn't have a good use case, so I didn't understand what the use case would be for evals like that, you know? But damn, they were like ahead of the game. I wish I had made that content for them too. I actually did plan on making a video about that stuff, but there was a point at which they were like, well, let's put it on pause. And I didn't necessarily know why they wanted it on pause, but the real reason why was, oh yeah, no, they were getting acquired. And now, I don't think LaunchDarkly wants to consider any outside content creators for stuff like that anyway, because they're paying people to do so, right? So yeah. If I'm being honest, LaunchDarkly, meh. I took an interview with them simply because I like the highlight.io crew. And I thought based upon like a video I made that went massively viral compared to what most like company branded videos do, I thought I was just shoo-in. But they passed, which is weird. But maybe I was asking for too much money. I did tell them my minimum salary requirement was $200K. I'm willing to bet they got someone cheaper. Now, as a manager, though, for a company like LaunchDarkly, is 40K really going to break the bank? I don't know what their current person is paid. And they're cool. But I don't know. But did they get the same value? Yeah, that I don't know, man. Let me put it this way. The person they hired is pretty good about posting to LinkedIn, etc. But what have you heard about LaunchDarkly observability lately? Like nothing, right? Because they're not in public to the same degree. Like, I'm convinced. No, so that's the thing, Jarrell. They bought highlight.io. They acquired an observability platform. But that's what I'm saying. Like, when did they do that? Months ago. What have you heard about it? Nothing. I'm the one letting you know that that happened, even. So they're fucking something up. Yeah, dude. I let you know about that shit for free because I'm a fan of Jay and Vadim anyway. Like the guys who own, or the founders of Highlight. I'm a fan of those guys anyway. But man, Launch Darkly. I don't know. I don't think I would have been happy there anyway. If I'm being honest. Random thing. Do I know Mike Bassich? I do not know Mike Bassich. I know people that know Mike Bassich. So like 2 degrees of separation. But no, I've never met the dude myself. And then what's his sister's name? Kim Bassich? Tina Bassich. That's it. Tina. But no, I've never met Mike. I've heard he's really fucking cool though. Like he rode for Arbor, at least for a long fucking time, right? And I know a couple riders that have ridden for Arbor who have definitely met Mike. At least one of them has definitely met Mike. And they had good things to say. Saw him on a tiny home tour. Oh, it's like MTV Cribs, but like, nah, here's how small I live. Gave up his 4K house to live in a tiny 300 square foot home. Sounds about right, yeah. You'd be surprised how minimal a lot of like snowboarders really are. Like super pro snowboarders living in very like modest conditions. Like, not Shaun White. That dude's an asshole. That dude doesn't count. Anyone but Shaun White, super fucking cool, basically. I've never had a good experience with, like, Jones snowboarding's, like, Jeremy Jones. Not Burton Jeremy Jones. I don't know that dude. Never met him in person. No clue. But I have at least been at, like, the snowboard convention. And it's been, like, tangentially near, like, the free riding, like, Big Mountain Jeremy Jones. And that dude fucking hates all of, like, the freestyle, like, party culture. Like, he's such an old fucking, like, get off my lawn kind of dude. Other than that, like, almost every other pro snowboarder I've ever met, super fucking cool. Like, the amount of shitty pro snowboarders, I can count them on one hand, of the ones I've met. The amount of non-shitty pro snowboarders I've met and were cool, oh my god, I don't have enough fingers and toes. JP Walker and the Mac Dog crew, yeah, they don't pick up hitchhikers at Mount Hood. Right? It's one of those moments, for sure. They're just not that core. Meanwhile, Matt Beardmore, Max Hinault, I think that's his last name. One of, like, the famous Maxes. Like, dude, I've been picked up and given rides by a shitload of super pro snowboarders just hitchhiking at Mount Hood during the summer. It's fucking amazing, and it's really fucking cool. And it's very humbling. Like, no, they know they're not shit. They're just snowboarders, dude. They don't get seen. Like, no one recognizes them when they go to the grocery store. And that creates, like, a level of humility. Yeah, they might be famous, and at the ski resort they get recognized. They don't get recognized anywhere else. And I think that keeps them grounded. Besides, like, assholes like Shaun White. And I only call him an asshole because of a second party story I've heard. I had a friend, Megan Ginter. She's nice enough. She's had her moments where she's not as nice. I got stories, but that doesn't matter. But she went to slip a jump at X Games, but they cut the backside of the jumps sheer to make them look like bigger and gnarlier. And she slipped past it and fell off the edge of the jump's like lip, right? Because she was like slowing down just to get a feel of the speed. And she fell and broke her arm. And Shaun White rolls up and just laughs at her. And then just rolls away. Like, dude, that is asshole shit. That is such an asshole move. So yeah, I've got some like stories of at least somewhat famous super pro snowboarders being absolute dicks. Like Mason Aguirre. Before he concussed himself into being a humble person. Before then, fucking asshole, dude. From every single person I've known that has been around him, fucking asshole. It's just a shit talker. Ooh, nice tuckney instead of a proper Japan. Like, come on, man. It costs you nothing to be supportive. Nowadays, I've heard he's super nice. Danny Davis, I feel like, also used to be somewhat big-headed, but now he's just super cool. There's a few of those people that have been humbled by injuries. And I think that's necessary sometimes. Otherwise, they start to feel invincible. But then I've heard other stories like Travis Rice, one of the most down-to-earth dudes you could ever chat with. Now, I blame the fact that, yeah, Mason Aguirre, Danny Davis, Shaun White, all these fuckers kind of grew up rich. Especially, like, Shaun White wasn't rich to begin with, but he got famous enough so quick that he never had to think or worry about money. And that's close enough to rich, right? Meanwhile, Travis Rice put in the fucking work, and he grew up the son of basically like ski patrol parents, you know? They were not rich in Jackson Hole, you know? So yeah, every story I've heard about Travis Rice, he is just like such a cool, down-to-earth dude. From what I've heard. I've never actually chatted with him. I do have stories of Megan Ginter, right? She went to X Games, did all that shit. I guess at some snowboard video premieres, she was getting too familiar with Travis Rice, and at some point he said to like other people, like, get this fucking Viking away from me. Because she was like, she's tall. She's like a 6 foot tall, like, burly mountain chick. And he was like, get this chick away from me. He did, but like nicely. Viking Smash. Yeah, I feel privileged having some of these stories, actually. I wouldn't trade my snowboard years for anything. Hell no. Right? That shit made me who I am. Yeah, I really like the fact that I experienced my snowboard years. I feel like it gives perspective. Now, did I kind of miss out on my best, like, dating years because of it? Yeah, probably. Whatever. Whatever. It's basically you lock down someone in your 20s or you're fighting to catch the last chopper out of Nam. There's no gray area to that, right? That's how dating feels at this point, at least. All right. So, yeah, like a bunch of these should have been false and they should have been grayed out. So now what we're trying to figure out is why are these not marked with the right lens result value? I think it's something we commented. Well, this is just wrong. Okay, so then we get back to this part. And then it's not in the dialogue. We don't care about that part. So yeah, opacity 50, lens result value equals false. Is there something I have commented out somewhere that I'm fucking up? No, we just didn't do this part yet. This part's actually easy then. Yeah, set event results. All right, so then we refresh. Is this Pokemon related? Oh, wait, we don't want to create. That might be a big problem there, right? Like UX-wise. Right, so barring the fact that our model is misunderstanding some of this, right? Like this is absolutely Pokemon related, right? It's no big deal. That is a right a positive, right? Like a true positive versus like a false negative. This right here, that's a false negative. Like what the fuck, dude? This is absolutely Pokemon related. The word Pokemon's right there. So yeah, whatever model we got going is fucking blowing it, dude. So I think there is something we could do UX wise here. Yes, I am handing it just plain text, and that's why like it's probably having an issue because of the ampersand. But you know what? The ampersand is working here, but it's not working here. So it shouldn't be the ampersand. It's really how it breaks it down to tokens. It's a tokenizer problem. And yes, could we solve this with a regular expression or a negative match on the word ghost type or on the word Pokemon? Abso-fucking-lutely. But this is a good example for us to like kind of test these things anyway. I don't expect users to be like, oh, I'm just going to do a thing and it's perfect the first try. I would love to like funnel the users to a perfect experience the first try, and that's what we're trying to do with this. But I do think, yeah, there is a case for somehow like teaching them a bit better. Through a specific embedding engine. So you're saying I do the embedding myself and then I pass the embeddings to an inference model? Is that the way to do that? Like, this is all new to me, so I'm just using words. I'm just putting words together that I barely understand. I'm not an AI person, so I'm probably misunderstanding a major part of all of this. So, Jarrell, I get it. I get what you're saying, but at some point, to someone uninitiated, these are just words. I understand what the words mean individually. I don't know what they mean together. So yeah, tokenizing characters in an aligned format instead of just relying on model intelligence. And I get that. I understand. And maybe that's the move. Like a vector database lookup. Abso-fucking-lutely. But vector database lookups are still token-based, right? Like how like your tokenizer becomes your secret sauce. Right? That's why when you look up the definition of like, well, what is a token? And you see like the chat GPT tokenizer, right? They have different tokenizers based on the different version of the model because that shit is so like intertwined with its ability to understand stuff. And that really does matter. Could we tokenize ahead of time or do other stuff? Maybe, man. I don't know. Prompt caching? I don't know if that's entirely accurate, but we can look. Yeah. Prompt caching is technically like totally separate from what we're talking about, but maybe it does interact with what we're talking about. Dude, this is actually really nice. Damn, Sam Rose. Oh, and this is an article that just came out like a week ago. Damn, all right. So you know what? I'm going to do this. Sam Rose. He have a Twitter? That does not look like the same Sam Rose. Sam who? Which Sam? Sam who? Followed. Easy. No big deal. Developer educator at ngrok. I actually know someone who used to work at ngrok. Oh shit. That's cool. Are they still there? I'm spacing on their name. Hold on. They were at PagerDuty, I think, before ngrok. Show me a list of people. I feel like the person I know would have been like first in the list. So I don't know if they're there anymore. And I'm spacing on their name. So shit, that's on me. Oh, Scott McAllister. That's him. Where's he at now? He's doing like Kubernetes shit? Oh, he's at vCluster. Okay. So yeah. Like, dude, 2 years is basically when developer advocates start looking elsewhere. Damn, he spent 5 years at Smartsheet and then 4 years at PagerDuty. This dude has like the longest tenure. Oh, okay. No. So he did 2 years. Again, dude, 2 years. He did 2 years as a developer advocate and then 4 years at PagerDuty, which is pretty fucking long, but I think that was some COVID shit. And then 2 years at ngrok. He's 10 months into vCluster. Let's see where he's at next year. Because really, dude, I feel like DevRel, you're kind of only expecting 2 years out of people in general anyway, because most companies don't give you the raises that you would deserve. I'm not saying I'm ungrateful. I love the company I'm at. But man, my raise last year did not pace with inflation. My raise this year is probably not going to pace with inflation. No, we don't do milestones. Like, I don't think any developer advocate deals in milestones. And I fucking hate bonuses anyway. No, just work it into my salary. If I'm not doing my job, then fire me. Bonuses? No. Dude, bonuses are fucking bullshit. I hate bonuses. That's one of those, like, carrot things that's never a big enough carrot when you finally get it. I just mean in general, most companies don't pay developer advocates what they're worth after an amount of time, right? Like, you hire on and you get the salary you think you deserve. And then, yeah, a year later, they give you a boost to your salary that does not pace with inflation. And then another year later, it also doesn't pace with inflation. So now, yeah, you have to look elsewhere because your salary is going down if you're not pacing with inflation. That's just fucking math, you know? And I do think it's interesting that companies would rather churn a developer advocate than give them the raises that they deserve. And when I say deserve, just, dude, pace it with fucking inflation. Look at how much the dollar has inflated in the past year. Are you giving me a raise based on that? If the answer is no, I'm taking a pay cut. Literally, that's how math works. And that's how it works for you as a software dev too. For everyone out there who gets a salary from a company, if your raise did not give you at least a 6% bump, you took a pay cut year after year. And that's why you will always be better off moving from company to company than staying with one forever. Because companies no longer give raises because they think they can just nickel and dime the employees they have. And they would rather spend money on churn. It's fucking weird, dude. But again, some MBA or some person who understands finance better than I do could probably recognize that, yeah, for every person we churn, we still retain 80% of the staff, and that 80% we're paying less because of inflation. So we're actually making a net profit. I think a lot of companies operate on those kind of assumptions, but it's a really like low respect for the talent they have kind of thing. However, hold on, and I had this counterpoint come up while I was peeing. This actually came up. You can actually get more value out of a fresh hire than a tenured developer, because a fresh hire doesn't know where the equilibrium of effort is, and they will typically put in more effort during their first, let's say, 6 months than a tenured developer would put in. So at that point, it's almost worth the churn if you can get them to be productive within a month. So there may be something to those kind of numbers too. Again, this is something that like MBAs and fucking like business people need to like crunch and understand. And it's why we kind of get fucked, because we don't understand the dynamics of it. Even with a developer advocate, you're going to get more content and more work and more effort out of them during the first 6 months than you're going to get during their last 6 months. Unless they're the same months. And maybe that comes into the entire like economics of it. In general, most companies spend 20 to 30 grand onboarding a new dev or onboarding a new employee. Bare minimum 10 grand. And it's not just the hiring bonuses. Companies that do hiring bonuses, holy shit. But like just hiring a new person is guaranteed 10 grand in cost. It's the effort your recruiters had to put in. It's the effort that your like interviewers had to put in, like hourly. You got to like calculate that cost. It's the amount of like hand holding and onboarding they need to do for the first 6 months that they're at the company. All of that shit adds up to at least 10K that a company is going to spend just to bring on a new developer. Which is why, if you are someone who can bring in good talent, they will pay you a fucking bonus of 5K. Because theoretically, them paying you as like the headhunter 5K to 10K, it means that they're paying less to onboard this person because they're more capable or something, right? Like hiring has an inherent cost. Especially consider like, yeah, you're a company, you have an open role, and you interview 30 people for that open role. That cost has to be amortized into the cost of, or the value you gain from that person's first 6 months. And that's where that cost fucking balloons. Like how many other people got interviewed before you filled the role? And that cost has to go somewhere. And that's why companies will pay for a good headhunter, for a good recommendation. When you talk to Theo and he's like, hey, I got a company for you. Yeah, he gets you hired at the company and you pass the process, but he gets paid a fucking premium. And I don't know the number, but he gets paid a premium for that referral bonus because he is saving them money by not having to interview a bunch of bullshit people, right? Because his recommendation holds weight and he is recommending good people, you know? So he is very particular about that because he doesn't want to take that number down, you know? How much his recommendation is worth, etc. And I don't have a number for that. I am purely speculating on how much companies actually estimate the cost of a new hire to be. And it's easily, like, bare minimum 10K. Easily. 10K to hire a new person, to onboard them, and to evaluate if they're even, like, going to fill the role well enough within their first 6 months. At which point, you can cut them loose if they're not delivering the value. And 10K is the minimum. It actually goes up to like 30 or 40 at some companies. But yeah, what's up, my secure gift? Yeah, we're kind of just ranting. We did some good work. We got some shit in there, man. We did the thing. Like, we did the thing. I'm just like, I'm bullshitting because we got some shit done, and now I gotta like think about what we got to do next and like how and why I want to do it that way. We're back to theory crafting at this point. So yeah, like when we're theory crafting, the best thing we can do is just rant about some bullshit because the theory crafting happens whether I'm thinking about it consciously or not. Right? That passive thought process, the diffuse thought process, shower thoughts. You gotta recognize the value of shower thoughts. What am I working on right now? I mean, I have a today command, typically my secure gift. I also have a project command, if you're curious about like the general project, you know, in which that like today command relates. But I don't typically like to have to do the entire spiel every time unless we get a big raid or something, right? So I apologize there, my secure gift, but I don't necessarily want to do the entire fucking rant right now because I got other rants I can do, man. Rant? I haven't even begun to rant yet. But yeah, does that give you the context you were looking for, those two commands? If you have questions, I can answer the questions. Just let me know. And then, yeah, over on YouTube, Mr. Sir, how you doing, Khalid? Yeah, Happy New Year in advance. You're a week away. Ooh, you're a week away, man. I haven't even thought about the new year yet. Okay, so those commands helped my secure gift. Awesome. If you have other questions beyond what those commands gave you, fire away. But that's why I create the commands, so I don't have to do at least that bullshit. So then you can ask questions that I probably haven't answered until I'm blue in the face. But, yeah, how is everyone else's holidays going and all that shit? Like, my secure gift, right? Tommy, like, what are you all up to? Anything fun? Shit, man. I'm sitting here living in Washington State where it would be a 3+ hour drive to get to, like, the place where I want to go snowboard. So I'm considering where could I move in the meantime? But that said, they will probably have the highway open here in a couple weeks anyway, so fuck it. It's probably not worth the effort of moving somewhere for 3 months anyway. Like, I'd have to move from where I am to somewhere way cheaper, and then stash my shit there, and then move somewhere else for 3 months on a temporary basis. Now, honestly, moving somewhere way cheaper and then becoming mobile would actually be a super fucking power. So I should consider that anyway. Like, there are places 2 hours outside of Seattle that I could absolutely like live super cheap and then just like, yeah, go into Seattle for a day or two. And it's cheaper than the rent I'm paying. Right? I could like buy a hotel room for the 1 day a month that I go to Seattle JS, right? So yeah, just stuff I think about. Not a problem I want to solve right now. Like, could you imagine how much like cleaning and bullshit I'd have to do to move out of the apartment I'm in right now? You guys don't know, I'm a fucking slob. There's too much shit around me. It's like that I think you should leave skit. There's too much shit on me. There's too much shit around me. I don't want to. I just don't want to be here anymore. Do you mean like in the mall or just in general? Whatever. You know, like, yeah, there's too much shit around me. Get a cleaning company to clean it up? No, because my mess is actually a mess that I understand. Like, dude. Oh, where did I leave that thing? I remembered seeing it in this one place like a month ago, and it'll still be there. Right? Like, come on, man. Yeah. My clothes in the pile, that's just the L1 cache. Those are just clothes that don't need to be washed yet. They could easily be used a second time. I'm actually operating like 3 separate caches for my clothing. I got an L1, L2, and L3. You live 3 hours from Lake Louise. Lake Louise, that's Canada, right? And hold on, is that like by Mount Seymour? Because I would not mind riding Mount Seymour and hang out with the Skids, the Mount Seymour kids. Oh man, dude, I used to love their fucking music videos. Not music videos, snowboard videos. Tomato, tomato. Dude, yeah, dude, the Seymour kids, the Skids. I would fucking love to go and like shred the same mountain as the Seymour kids. I would love to go shred Mount Seymour. Is Lake Louise near there? And did I just mix up random Canada shit? I think I mixed up random Canada shit. Is Lake Louise actually closer to like Banff with some of that stuff? Like Alberta versus BC? I gotta look it up. Shit. It is Alberta. Okay. And Banff. Oh, it's in Banff National Park. Yeah, yes, dude. I've been considering, like, yeah, Banff might be the place I go to. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, no, I've been majorly considering that, like, part of Canada. For sure. Because, like, yeah, like Whistler and all this shit, no, they're getting the same problems. Like, I could go to, like, Kamloops and Sun Peaks, but also there's fucking Banff and Lake Louise, and I could fly out of Calgary to all sorts of shit. That actually sounds really nice. That sounds really fucking nice. The dream is to collect a USA paycheck living in Canada. That's the fucking dream, dude. Yeah, dude, I would live anywhere in this area, provided they have good like internet connection. Which means Banff is probably as close as I can get. But yeah, dude, I've been majorly considering that. So could we create a Calgary JS like meetup? Will it blend? Is there a Calgary JS meetup? If there already is one, I'll just go hang out. But if I got to organize it, fuck it. I could do that too. Someone will pay me to do that, right? Maybe. No, that's a short drive. I get it. I get it. I'm just on like if I lived in Banff or at Lake Louise or whatever, right? Anywhere that I could be like a half hour from the mountain, I'd only be 2 hours from Calgary. And Calgary still has a big enough airport that I could fly basically anywhere I want, right? Without a connecting flight. Maybe not fucking Florida, but I don't want to go to Florida that bad anyway. Okay, so from Calgary, I could connect to Edmonton, Vancouver, Toronto, Winnipeg, Montreal, Saskatoon, and Fort McMurray, plus key U.S. hubs like SLC. Wait, I could do a direct flight to Heathrow? I think there's a bunch of places I can fly. Holy shit, dude. There is a Calgary JS. All right, that's fine. 1 second. Regulars add my secure gift. Oh, I didn't type that right at all. There we go. Yeah, so you can do links, but yeah, no, I see it. Yeah, meetup.com, sure. Calgary JS, it's a thing. So I don't even have to organize it myself. 694 members is really not big. Nothing planned yet. Ugh, I'm over it. Calgary to Seattle, I would expect to be an easy thing. Absolutely. Yeah, dude. Calgary to Seattle makes, yeah, absolute sense. But Calgary to Miami? Is that a thing? Oh, Expedia. I should do Expedia. There is not a single nonstop flight. Where would I have to, like, stop in the middle? And I just want to say, like, I don't want to do that. No matter what, I'd be spending like an hour in fucking like Orlando or Dallas Fort Worth or some shit. Or 40 minutes in Denver. Yeah, it's looking like Chicago or Dallas, but there's also just like, dude, you'd have to stop in Orlando? It's so fucking close. I'd rather fly to Orlando and just drive at that point. Are you fucking kidding me? How much is a fucking Uber from Orlando to Miami? It's short, right? Oh no. Oh no. All right. Well, no, that would suck. All right. So I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. Like, you'd spend more just renting a car. Dude, renting a car is so much more expensive than you think it is. They fucking eat you alive on the insurance. They fucking eat you alive on the insurance. You would pay way more than $280. I rented a car for the first time in my life a month or two ago. After COVID, renting a car became prohibitive. It didn't seem that bad. Maybe if you drive and you have like comprehensive insurance, then it could be worth it. Oh, is there a train between Orlando and Miami? Oh, that's not a bad option. Let me just put it this way. I would not expect Florida to have good public transit. Seems to me like they would hate that shit on purely like political reasons. High-speed train from Orlando to Miami? Sounds some like liberal bullshit to me. I'm kidding. I'm so fucking liberal. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I wouldn't expect Florida to have something like that. Sounds like something people would fucking, like, revolt against. Isn't Florida the place that... No, maybe it's Texas. It's either Florida or Texas where people have been doing, like, the fucking rainbow crosswalk thing, and they're sending, like, state workers to wash that shit away. Do you not have anything better to do? Like, what the fuck, dude? I'm pretty sure that's actually Florida. But it could be Texas. Tomato, tomato, right? How dare people actually understand the refraction of light? It sounds like Texas. It also sounds like Florida. Oh, it's not public transit. It's a private company. So, yes, there you go. It's Amtrak, right? And the Amtrak lobby is fucking strong. So, touche. It's not public transit. It's private. And Florida is all about that. So, I get it. Okay. Touche. There's this show I watch on Tubi. It's a Canadian show. It's called Cavendish. And there's one of the episodes where the two brothers, right? They're old. They're old brothers, right? They're like in their 30s or some shit. And they're playing Guess Who. And one of them is like, oh, does your person have brown hair? Yes or no? Well, okay, then you can like filter. But this other dude is like, does this dude look like he cares a lot about how his tax dollars are spent? Oh, you're saying my tax dollars paid for that? Or my tax dollars paid for this? That's not how this game works. No, it is. I'm trying to get into the core of these people, right? And he's playing Connect 4. And then all of a sudden, like, okay, yes, he would absolutely say that, for sure. Sure. All right, so I'm looking for a dude over the age of 60. And then finally, like, some other story stuff happens, and they're finishing up their game, and the dude who's, like, getting into the core of their being is like, does your person look like they would say the word mother instead of mom? Yeah, totally. It's fucking this dude. Son of a bitch. Like, dude, like, yeah, you totally got it. What the fuck, man? Because, yeah, like, it sounds like Florida. Sounds like Florida. I guess today's my dad's birthday? What? I never remember my... Do you guys remember your parents' birthdays? Is that a thing actual human beings do? I might not be a human being. I don't know. I do not remember my parents' birthdays. You do? Really? Really, Sam? Really, Numbers? Really, Tommy? You guys remember your parents' fucking birthdays? It's just one of those things. It's not significant to me. Your parents remember your birthday because, yes, it was a major part of their life. If they're your mom, pain. Pain is all they remember. If they're your dad, possibly also pain from the mom, like, gripping their hand too tightly. But you remember your actual parents' fucking birthdays? That just sounds weird to me. That just sounds super weird to me. No, gifts? Dude, your parents don't need a gift. Nah, man, nah. I don't know about you, man. I am massively against actual holidays. Like, dude, nobody in our family gives gifts on holidays anymore. The fact that you remembered, that's a gift. Like, come on, man. Nah, my parents don't drink. Yeah. Both of my parents are teetotalers. I mean, my dad smokes weed. That doesn't count. And I believe my mom also used to smoke weed until I was born. Hopefully until she realized I was conceived. You know. Gifts or no gifts, a cake is necessary? Nah, not in our family. Nah, man, no. In general, like, holidays massively lost all value a long fucking time ago. Now it's just simply like acknowledging the fact that you remember is just a gift in and of itself. So yeah, hold on real quick. My mom sent me a message. That was ages ago. This one was, my dad's birthday is today. He's 77, or as he said, 28. And then I chimed in like, oh wait, didn't grandpa, like on my mom's side of the family, say that they were always like 35? And my mom's like, no, 39. Oh, that's right. And then she's like, I was tickled when I called and wished him happy 39th anniversary of his 39th birthday. And then my dad will be there just next year. But yeah, like our grandpa, like my mom's dad, celebrated his 39th birthday. Ages ago. Like, dude, 20 or 30 years ago at this point. I swear. I will say, as far as like stuff goes, fuck. All right, so hold on. I'm 35, totally. Wink. If my mom smoked weed, that might explain me a bit more. I think it explains me a lot, actually. Just don't be a dick about it. How many marijuanas did she smoke? That I don't know. I have no idea. Can you say bad words on GitHub? Well, fuck, I don't know. I just did. You think GitHub's gonna arrest me now? What is Open Hands or Tembo? They are both pretty fucking cool, man. Open Hands was formerly known as Open Devon. So when Devon came out, and again, I have a bias towards Open Hands. My previous boss's boss created this thing called Open Hands. And it was called Open Devon. And then he built a business around it. And they just raised their fucking $18 million Series A. Which is fucking cool, man. This is a thing in which you can, like, script stuff in the cloud. At this point, my previous boss's boss, right? I've heard that he's running like 5 or 6 of these agents at a time. All in parallel, all doing their own fucking shit, right? Which is fucking cool, dude. Tembo is also trying to do the same kind of thing. Tembo actually used to be a fucking abstraction and ecosystem around Postgres, and they massively pivoted, which I think is cool. And we've seen Darren Baldwin, right, one of the founders, here in chat. We haven't seen him for a long time. I believe I scared him away with how I do not agree with him politically. Like, I made comments about conservatives, and he identifies as conservative, I'm pretty sure. I stand by those statements still. I could be wrong. Maybe he's just too busy. I don't think he actually held it against me. But I will say, like, yes, the last time I remember him chatting was definitely when he was like, well, wait, is every conservative bad? It's like, well, dude, who'd you vote for? And I didn't say that, but that was implied. And we haven't seen him since. Just saying. I think he's busy, right? I don't think he's actually that... What's the right word? Red-pilled? I don't know. It's probably not the right word. I can understand being moderately conservative, but holy shit. Who'd you vote for? Because you chose a thing that is way over the lines of what I think your morals should actually be, just because you wouldn't allow yourself to vote liberal. That is not conservative. That is the opposite of conservative, in my opinion. Just saying, like, you can be conservative and still recognize, like, why would the fuck would you vote for the current shit, you know? That's a conservative I can respect because they have ideologies, but they're not willing to sell their soul. But holy shit, dude. If you are so anti-left, and keep in mind that the left we have in this country is not left. It's centrist. Right? Because the Overton window and all that shit. Like, dude, we do not have a proper leftist representative in any of government besides AOC. Right? People who are so anti-left that they can't even vote centrist. We're just not going to get along. And not so far left, so far anti-left. Just saying. But yeah, Rough Cookie, what you up to? Sorry, I got baited into some political shit. Honestly, I baited myself, so don't worry about it. No, people not people who are so far right. I just mean people who are so far anti-left is what I meant. Because to me, that is such trying to find an enemy versus trying to find your allies. And there's a big difference in how you approach the world at that point. Are you trying to find enemies or are you trying to find allies? You can find allies on any side of the aisle on any topic. But if you're trying to find enemies, it's really easy to just demonize one side. And that really does expose someone's like world ethos, like world mentality. I know, I try and avoid it too. I do as well there, Rough Cookie. I bait myself into it when I get enough whiskeys or when it's like basically holiday time. There are plenty of times where I bait myself into it. We want to ignore that right now and at least welcome you, regardless of how you feel about any of this shit. Whether you agree or disagree, I still appreciate you being here. I do have strong opinions. But that's fine. And I get it. Like, dude, I timed someone out earlier today because they did that. But we're at this point now where we're late enough into a stream where I kind of just rant a little bit. And the rants are a little more loosey-goosey than I would normally be. So that's on me. But let me at least do the shout-outs. Honestly, Rough Cookie, you can disagree with me. That's fine. I actually don't ban people for disagreeing. I don't ban people for being one side or the other. I don't do that. I only do it when they're kind of insufferable. And that happens on both sides. There are some people that cannot exist in a world of understanding because their side has to win. And I think that's the biggest problem we have right now. Right? It's extremists on both sides that ruin the public discourse. Yeah, so Coded, I just want to say there was a very explicit, easy reference to a point at which the two-party system didn't exist, and it created the exact wrong problem. And do you want to wonder where that was? That was Germany in the 1930s. One side rose to power because two sides couldn't figure out that they were still better than the fucking extremists on the other sides. Germany in the 1930s created that exact fucking system. I'm not saying that's the only possible outcome, but man, we've seen the multi-party system go so wrong so quickly in the past that it's not a one-all solution. It's not an automatic, like, panacea fix. That's all I'm getting at. But yeah, Rough Cookie. How you doing, Mr. Sir? I'm so sorry you raided into this. I appreciate what you're doing. What were you doing on your stream? Right? Let's, like, change the subject a better way. What were you doing? And what the fuck? How am I not following you? I'm so sorry, dude. No. Yeah, dude. Dude, oh my god. I got the histamine bumps on my hand. Anyone else get just, like, randomly allergic sometimes? Dude, just get these fucking, like, histamine bumps sometimes. You're going through the Vulkan tutorial in Rust. Ooh, so I've heard that Vulkan itself is already, like, tough. But then doing it in a language that you might not be familiar with, I don't know how much Rust you do. Yeah, graphic stuff in general, it's so, like, what's the right way to describe graphic stuff? It's so imperative, right? Instead of declarative, right? It's all about, like, what's happening during the current, like, render loop and all that, right? So yeah, at that point, like, imperative rendering is its own fucking thing to learn, right? I would say if you've done any Canvas stuff, that should prepare you a little bit for imperative rendering in other contexts, like WebGL, like whatever, right? So if you've ever done Canvas on the web side of things, that should at least prepare you a little bit. But yeah, learning Rust for the first time and then learning Vulkan for the first time and then both of those together, you are definitely doing it on hard mode. Oh, and you haven't done enough, like, Canvas stuff. So imperative rendering just isn't a thing you're used to. I get it. I feel like I got lucky. I learned Objective-C, like iOS development, back in like 2011. And the degree continued till 2012 because it was like a certificate course, not a degree. But the idea was I got to learn a bunch about how they had their like render hook. It was actually the draw method in components for Objective-C, and that actually massively mapped to how I started to understand like front-end web frameworks as well, because like in your, old school React with class components, it was the render hook, right? The render hook was your draw function, and everything else was just pulling from other state within, this like view that you had and the stuff that you were tracking for it and all that bullshit, right? So I got lucky that I did iOS dev way back in the day, and I started to learn about like the render hook for React before React existed. I learned about how Ember kind of sprung up from that entire architecture anyway. So I got lucky with some of that bullshit. But I do think it's fun to like think about some of these things for sure. So then Sgt. Pepper, you were watching Zed learn Vulkan. They seem to have a lot of network-like patterns to interface with the graphic APIs. When you say network-like, you mean like asynchronous. So you gotta like plan on, you send a request and you get it back whenever you want. And when Crow, you're asking Zed, no, this is Z.A. Shaw, who has gone massively viral recently for disagreeing with people like Mitchell Hashimoto. Is he going viral in the wrong way? A little bit, yeah, for sure. That said, I think in his case, any bit of virality builds his brand anyway, and he's a smart dude. I just think he has rough edges like we all do. Oh, you absolutely missed some drama. Yes, Z.A. Shaw has some major drama with a bunch of big-time programmers, one of them being Mitchell Hashimoto. Now, do I think they actually care about each other personally? No, but they have disagreed online in a strong way. And they both have strong opinions. Mitchell Hashimoto is really good in that he has strong opinions, but when he disagrees online, he'll simply say, I'm sorry you feel that way. I wish you the best. Is a little bit of like fake magnanimousness? Magnanimity? I don't know. There's a word there that I just don't know. But yeah, it might be. Or he's a fucking billionaire and he just doesn't care. A little bit of A, a little bit of B. Fake magnanimity. You're absolutely right. Yeah, totally. That's like, yeah. Mitchell Hashimoto was basically doing the Claude Code thing of like, my bad, you're absolutely right. Except he didn't say my bad, and he's like, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I hope you have a great day. Cheers. Right? No. Magnanimous is a thing, but there's definitely like another version of that word that has more suffixes. Like, yes, you're being magnanimous, but was your statement actually magnanimous, or were you acting in magnanimity? Right? Like, there's adjectives and adverbs. What is the adverb? Magnanimity. I think I'm saying that right. And I think that exists, but it's a fucking hard word to say, all right? And I said that word. I swear I said that word. Okay? I swear I said that word, but maybe I said it wrong. Yeah, Crow. I'm a fucking stoner. I read books, Like, I do things. Doesn't mean I'm right. but I've read enough words that I could just like I could fill in blanks and I could create words that sound close enough to real. And that's like writing fiction anyway, so who gives a shit? Keck Sean, I think you mean Z.A. Shaw. Is that what you meant to say there, plus R? And if that's what you meant, dude, Keck Sean could become a meme. That could absolutely become a meme. Valigo went viral recently about the bash sleep script. Who the fuck is Valigo? Or is that another like Z.A. Shaw autocompletion that fucked up? Oh, he streams EU times. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm not even awake EU times, so I get that. That makes sense. Real quick, let me go pee. I have to use the restroom. I'm so sorry, everyone. I gotta pee. All right. And I'm back. Dude, yeah, man, the histamine bumps. I normally don't get these during the winter. I gotta see what my allergies are at this point. Anyone else old enough that they've like just. No, they're not hives. No, they're like literally histamine bumps and they only spin up at like at certain times. Are they hives? I don't know. I'd have to look up what hives actually are. Maybe they are hives. But it's, as far as I know, like a collection of histamines when your body is reacting to an allergen. And if that's a thing, and if that is what hives are, then yeah, I guess it's hives. I don't know, man. All right, so you're saying you're allergic to dust particles? It could be something like this. You're thinking it was maybe some powder you had at the time. Oh, so some bad cocaine, huh, Crow? I get it. Dr. Feel Good. Yeah, damn right. Damn right, Sergeant Pepper. Do I still snowboard? Yes. I ride powder these days, but I will happily ride some park. I'm just not nearly as good in the park because, yeah, riding park requires effort. And I don't put in that effort these days. That said, if I were willing and it was slushy enough and it was like soft enough, dude, I would chuck in the park again. Abso-fucking-lutely. There's nothing that would stop me from chucking a frontside 7 off a 30-foot jump. Because, dude, 30 feet, I'll clear to the landing. If I fall, I'm not going to fucking ragdoll, you know? What does it mean, powder versus park? Powder is fresh snow. Park is the groomed, well-maintained, like, jumps and rails and shit. Crow, I kind of want to time you out because of that. To me, that sounds like the gnarliest athlete's foot anyone's ever had. No, come on, Sergeant Pepper. No, no, no. Undo that. Come on, man. I removed it. Don't worry. Don't worry. In the future, you can do the timeout command for like a single second. All right, so yeah, I get it. You click the button, but if you do just like timeout, the person's name, boo, and then 1, you time them out for a single second, right? Oh, is that the heel? So you had a callus. So Crow, yeah, no, that was a callus. You could also just remove a message, and that's chiller. But if you want to be like, I don't know, if you want to delete more than 1, a timeout's actually the right way, and you just do it with 1. Chubby puppy bear volunteers themselves as tribute. That's a good emote. Oh, that's a really good emote. I like that one. Can you do that one big? Dude, I really like that emote. Can you do that one just solo, please? There you go. Damn, that's a good emote. That's a really good emote, dude. Hell yeah. Thank you for sharing that. You know what I like even more? Your ugly sweater fucking badge, dude. What? How did you earn that? That's the best badge I've ever seen. Dude. All right. Chubby Puppy Bear. If I had a VIP slot to give you, I'd do it right now. No, and I know I'm out of VIP slots, and I don't feel like taking one away. Who's a VIP right now? Who could I take a VIP slot from? There's not a single VIP watching right now, which kind of means I should start removing VIPs, right? Right. None of my VIPs are watching right now. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, no, I get it. I do see a mod out there that I didn't even realize watched my stream. Oh my god. Clonk. Sorry to call you out. Thank you. Thank you for chilling. Nah, I wouldn't do that. Like, nah, man, if someone earned a VIP, they earned the VIP. The only way I can really graduate someone from VIP is I give them a mod. And that's it. For sure, man. The biggest thing is, like, I kind of want them to be here on a so often that they deserve mod anyway. I don't want to just find some other fucking VIP and just give them mod. I don't know that person. VIP is actually a stepping stone to mod, and some people never take that second step. Anyway, though, if the chat is full of VIPs, it becomes awkward for new chatters. I get it. I mean, dude, there are so many of you that are not VIP that that's not a problem. It'd be okay. It would be fine. But yeah, sorry to call out a lurker. Thank you, lurker. That is a streamer. I have wondered, like, why you haven't raided in the past. I think it's just a timing thing, and I get that. That's fine. It's also maybe I drink too much. I don't see why that would be the reason. But it could be. You just haven't caught me on the days that I wasn't. That's all. Lightning can strike twice. I'm just going to say that right now. Anyway, let's get more music going. Appreciate the lurkers. Sorry for calling one out. I was actually really, really, really happy to see them lurking. Because I don't know. I thought they didn't like my stream or something. So thank you. Yeah, no worries, Mr. Mystery. You were not the one I was talking about, but I get it. I get it. Mr. Sir. Yeah. Take these broken wings. Learn to fly again. Baby, it's all I know. Oh, that is the song I should do at karaoke next time. Holy shit, man. I could absolutely do Broken Wings at karaoke. What the fuck? Why have I not done this yet? I'm just blowing it. That's on me. That's on me. Nah, man, I could absolutely do a karaoke version. For sure. Fuck yeah, Mister. Ah, dude, yes, I could definitely do it. Yes, 100%. If I'm on a date, I'm singing Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes, obviously, because that's the deal sealer. Right? You do it as like, oh, we're running out of time. Oh, I'm last up. In your eyes, the light, the heat, your eyes. Like, you just do it, right? You got to do like the breathy version of it. Yeah, dude, that is the deal sealer. If y'all are looking for a proper fucking karaoke song to seal the deal on a date, Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes. You're welcome. But yes, if you're not trying to seal the deal, well, yeah, Broken Wings. There you go. Proper 80s, solid, not a big deal. Are you really, Crow? Hold up. You never heard In Your Eyes by Peter Gabriel? Yes, they're... you're making me feel way too old. Yes, if I were to date someone, they would know the song. Because I wouldn't be dating someone in their fucking 20s. Come on, man. So real quick, Crow. No, it's the song that John Cusack is playing out of the boombox when he's standing outside the window in whatever John Cusack movie that is, right? Oh, wait, you're saying you don't know that because you're not 40 years old? Okay, touche. So now I get it. Are you trying to say you don't know who John Cusack is? Get out. Just get out. Get out. Oh my God. You're making me feel too old. You've heard this song. Come on, dude. You've heard this song. This is the deal sealer. You've definitely heard this song. Come on. This is what your parents were listening to when they had you. I'm willing to bet. Come on, man. Shit. This created so many fucking babies. This song is responsible for any baby boom of the 80s for sure. 1000%. Hey, thanks, Mr. Mister. I really do wonder, is there like a number of babies you could attribute to Peter Gabriel? I actually think there is some kind of number. It wouldn't be scientific, but it'd be like close enough to accurate that no one would contest it. Crow, you're born in the 2000s? That's fine. I would still bet your parents could have used Peter Gabriel to conceive you anyway. Just saying. Peter Gabriel's timeless. Maybe they just conceived you while watching a movie in which one of his songs was playing. Right? Little Light of Love from Fifth Element? That's Peter Gabriel. It counts. Little Light of Love, that was it, for sure. It was Little Light of Love. I mean, just saying, Mr. Mister, it's only awkward if you're immature about it. Yes, your parents had sex to have you. Come on, grow up, you know? That's reality. That's human nature. Like, come on. It's only weird if you make it weird. Someone still did a thing into a tube. Were they listening to Peter Gabriel while doing it? You don't know. Your parents would make it weird, not you? Nah, your parents don't give a shit. They remember it fondly. Dude, your parents remember that moment fondly, I bet. It could have been Phil Collins. Yeah, I mean, I would say, I don't know, Phil Collins babies are a very specific kind of baby. Hold on, we're going to post right. Is this a solid tweet, or am I gonna offend people? That's just science, okay? Come on, man. Come on, man. I'm just using statistics and numbers and math. Nobody was actually conceived to George Michael because of how biology works. Right? Like, Jurassic Park style. But the opposite. Think about it, Crow. Just think about it. Think about Jurassic Park and how all the dinosaurs were females. And then flip it. And then who was actually listening to George Michael at the time? I know, the fact that I had to explain that, come on, man. Your college education failed you. I don't know, Crow. I'm just gonna come out and say it. Bill Hicks was a comedian during the late 80s and early 90s, and his jokes about George Michael are legendary. Hey, we're rock against drugs. Yeah, right? Like any musician, right, that you love and have cherished, real fucking high on drugs. And the ones that actually speak out against it and, hey, we're rock against drugs, boy, they suck. Ballless, soulless, just worthless. And then he goes way off the rails in his description of that. Yeah. Baby making music of the 90s, and George Michael is not part of that. I'm just going to say. There is no way George Michael is part of that fucking baby making music of the 90s. Nope. Nope. I'd bet money about it. But if I'm wrong, well, that's a shit playlist. Anyway, let's play some more music. Let's do something. Should we play some crunchy stuff? Right? Mainly synthwave. Nah, like whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like synthwave is synthwave. It doesn't matter who made it. What do I listen to now? I don't think that matters, but I listen to stuff. I do like a good bit of synthwave while I'm snowboarding. The Midnight's fantastic, for sure. I do have Midnight albums that I paid for and bought, and now they're not in my playlist because they changed some record label bullshit, and I actually am really anti that at this point, so I will not buy another Midnight album because they didn't make me whole because of that shit. I fucking hate the fact that I can buy someone's album and then they change their label and now that album just doesn't exist anymore. I'm actually really fucking pissed about that still. Now, here's the thing. The Midnight is so fucking cool that I could reach out and they'd probably just give me the album. But man, I don't like that. There's something wrong. If I bought an album, I should own that shit, man. This is fucking Bandcamp. It's not Spotify. Yeah, Spotify sucks. Bandcamp's amazing. Why the fuck should someone be able to take away an album I bought on Spotify or on Bandcamp, not Spotify? Right? Like, dude, fuck that. I'm really fucking pissed about it, actually. I have absolutely bought Midnight albums, and they don't exist anymore on Bandcamp because it's just some weird fucking record label bullshit. I buy albums on Bandcamp to avoid that shit. What the fuck, dude? But that said, the Midnight is so cool, I could just reach out, and they'd probably give me the album. But I don't even have a way of proving that I bought it at this point. So, I don't know, man. It's more effort than it's worth, and I'd rather stand on principle. There are artists whose music I still own that I'd rather support. But that's a me problem. If you like the Midnight, they are very fucking cool. They are very cool. You should support the Midnight any chance you can. I am a big fan of the Midnight. They make amazing fucking music. But they just burned me at one point. Oh, and this fucking album. No, this album's too dubsteppy. Hold on, let's go to the second. The second one's better. Ah, shit, I need to buy this album. Well, let's do another crunchy album instead. How about that? Signal Void. No. Oh, man. Dude, this shit gets so crunchy. Here we go. But yeah, no, I owe the Midnight a second chance. Just, dude. I like to be magnanimous. I like to embrace my magnanimity. Magnanimity. I don't know. It's one of those words, right? I like to embrace it, but I also hold grudges, man. Dude, I'm a major fucking grudge holder. I'm quick to forgive, but I am not quick to forget. If I forgive, I'll happily forget. But if you haven't coerced forgiveness out of me, nah, I am not quick to forget. some bullshit, you know? I'm only human. It's like I smoke weed or something. I don't get it. Anyway, let's keep doing some bullshit. Fuck it. Whatever. All right, so yeah, we're building this app. I actually want to like filter what we're doing based upon like the top 5. But I think the biggest feature we could have is instead of going to the top or the first 5 of our list, we actually start doing filtering. And it's like, well, hold up. Right? Like, we got 20 of these things we fetched, only 3 matched, and that's only what we'll show you, but could we allow you to see what didn't get filtered through? So then we got to, like, work in, like, a filtering system and how we activate that part, but I think that would be a better user experience, right? Can you go to Y Combinator with just an idea and find people who will write the app for you? I feel like, yes, you could have done that anytime in the past 10 plus years, but not this year, not last year, right? So go back 2 or 3 years, and the answer is, yeah, fucking totally. Yeah, absolutely. But nowadays, they're more discerning. They want runway. They want people understanding what they're doing. They want to hire people that fit like a certain type. So if you didn't graduate from Stanford and you're not a young person who has basically nothing to lose, your ability to get accepted is much lower in the blue. That said, if you have other people that are willing to vouch for you that are Y Combinator alumni, you've got a major leg up. Just saying. I do think I know a few YC alumni that would speak on my behalf. So if you're curious, it really is about who you know more so than what you know. Or where you come from, or blah, blah, blah. Like, some of that shit carries more weight than the actual thing you're trying to do. At least as far as I can understand it. I could be wrong. I don't know, man. I haven't been accepted yet, so what the fuck do I know? So that's on me. I have no idea. I think so, Crow, but I have no validation for that. There are definitely people who have gotten into YC with just an idea, though. I think it is less likely these days unless you graduated from fucking Stanford. Unless you're in your early 20s. Like, there's a bunch of shit that you could look at the recent cohorts and do some number crunching and recognize that your likeliness of getting accepted is now lower because of certain factors. Just based upon what has been accepted in the past. Now, granted, that is a selection bias. But is it wrong? I don't know. My biggest thing, I would expect to get denied because, dude, the dude drinks way too much. They're not wrong. But you know what that does? It allows me to try some shit that I probably wouldn't try otherwise. And that lack of inhibition, I think that's just startup mentality in general anyway, so fuck it. Let's just try it and see what happens. Is that whiskey talking? Or is that hubris? Probably both. But you know what? You need either one. I can use whiskey to substitute hubris. Would regular me have that same hubris? Fuck no. But you know what? I'm only a couple drinks away from saying I'm the best solution for the problem you have right now. Would I say that sober? Fuck no. I have too much of a conscience for that. Which means I need to hire a fucking CEO that doesn't need whiskey to have that kind of hubris. That's actually just science at that point, right? That's just math. That's just numbers. You need some level of hubris about your application to sell people on it. And I don't know if I have that without whiskey, actually. We had someone in here the other day, actually. And we didn't see him today, but their point still sticks. And I think that's the biggest part of where I separate myself from the BS hubris. Even when I'm drinking, I'm still thinking. I'm still like recording these thoughts to think about later. And some of these things still keep me up at night. So I'm lucky in the fact that I can get shit-faced and still be thinking about the problem as I'm going to sleep, as I'm waking up the next day. It's like the curse and the benefit of a good memory. I do wonder, is that a big differentiator in tech in general? Is having a good memory a benefit or a curse? To me, that would be the number one fucking thing I would actually want to understand about people I'm investing into. Yeah, as a founder, how good's your memory? And then track that against the other people who've been successful, because it doesn't necessarily mean that having a good memory is actually good. I'd want to track good memory versus the results of having a good memory. And you'd have to start tracking that into the future. You wouldn't necessarily be able to like backtrack it unless like CEOs are willing to go through it. But like if they're a successful CEO, like dude, their memory is probably atrophied in a way that is not relevant anymore. But I really do want to see, and I'm so massively curious, like, Y Combinator? Are you not doing general assessments on people like that? Like, how good is their memory? Like, IQ? Like, things like that? So I get that, Alex. I understand that. But, man, there is something to people who remember stuff anyway. Just in general. And I'd rather work with those people every time. There is like a superpower to just remembering things. And anyone who has a tough time remembering stuff, you should put in the effort to improving your memory. That is one of those things that might feel like, you either got it or you don't. But no, you can actually practice having a good memory. And people with good memories have actually been practicing that since they were fucking born, you know? Based upon the family they grew up in or whatever. I grew up in a family that values quoting fucking movies. And because of that, I have possibly one of the best like movie quote memories you've ever been a witness to. I'm not going to say I'm like the tip top and absolute best, but holy shit, dude. Right? When it comes to people who remember shit from movies that no one should probably remember anyway, I've got to be in the top 5 of people you've ever met or chatted with in your entire life. I've got to be in the top 5. There's no doubt in my mind. Because I grew up in a family that valued movie quotes. My mom and dad would quote Caddyshack. So I got that going for me, which is nice. Not even that line. I mean the entire scene. Like, Gunga la Gunga. No. Gunga la Gungala. Right? He like corrects himself. My parents would emphasize like, no, he was wrong. He corrects himself even. Right? They remember that scene so fucking well that there was never a point in my life where I would ever be able to forget that scene. You know? And that's a thing. Do you remember movie quotes? Do you remember the sounds of an actor's voice? That's a game that we would play between me, my dad, and my older brother. Like, oh shit, we hear a commercial. Who's that actor doing the voiceover? Oh, that's fucking Michael Douglas. Damn right. Wait. No, that was John Hamm. Shit. Hold up. That's fucking, how about them apples, right? Like that actor. I'm spacing on his name. But you don't need to know the name because you can just say the thing they were in because we all remember that shit anyway. When you grow up in a culture like that, your memory is massively improved because having a good memory is important. Did you ever play Trivial Pursuit as a family? I guarantee families that play Trivial Pursuit, on an aggregate, every single member of that family has a better memory than people that don't. Or families that don't. And I think that's actually a thing. And I wonder about that. Like, I do really, really massively wonder. Like, how could parents prepare their kids for a life? And man, the more you are just like letting the fucking iPad take the wheel, the less you are preparing these kids for the real fucking world. But yeah, lazy parents is a massive thing. Trivial Pursuit is a card and board game. You're doing a board to get to the center, but you still have to answer questions that are on cards. So you're not playing cards yourself as a player. Someone just pulls a card and reads from it. It's a board game, first and foremost. But the questions and answers are on the cards that you pull randomly. That's fine. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's like I smoke weed or something. Can we recognize we're at 7 p.m. and I don't think I feel like cooking tonight? I did get some ham and some other shit from Costco today. But you know what? Monday night, 3 days before, or 2 days before Christmas Eve, the solution will be, can I order the DoorDash to be directly delivered? If they don't let me directly deliver it, I'll just cook something at home. I refuse to let them pick a driver that's delivering like a mile away from me and doing some other weird fucking bullshit, and then all of a sudden they decide to deliver my food when it's been sitting and dying in the fucking window at the restaurant. Like, dude, I refuse. So I will put it in my cart. I'll go to my cart. Right? I'll click continue. And if they don't allow me to do a direct delivery for an extra, what is it, $3? Oh, express. Due to high demand, currently unavailable. Well, I'm just not ordering fucking DoorDash at this point. Yeah, dude, I am not fucking willing to let DoorDash decide oh, well, yeah. You know what? You're not important enough. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm posting it. Dude, yeah, dude, fuck DoorDash, man. Give me the option, or don't even let me order the food. Like, I will abandon this fucking cart. No, fuck this cart. Abandon cart. Where's the button? Like, let me just cancel all of it. Back to store. No, fuck you. I quit. Like, DoorDash's fucking algorithm, god damn it. Like, dude, it fucking sucks, man. If they don't give me the direct from place to me option, I should just cook my own thing. Like, dude, and that's insane. Like, do you realize how much money they're leaving on the table because of people that feel the same way, that have gotten fucked. Like, I complained about cold food the last time they sent a delivery driver from way outside the fucking area to my area to then deliver someone else's shit before me and then come back and deliver my thing, and the food was lukewarm at best. And then they gave me grief about it. Like, motherfuckers, look at the path you sent the driver on. Fuck you. Like, fuck you. I'm canceling DoorDash Pass at this point. I'm just going to do that. I'm going to do that right fucking now. It's just not worth it anymore. The savings is not worth it. The fact that I'm considering whether it's even worth ordering because of that, because of the fucking distance and not them giving me the express option. Fuck you, DoorDash. Nah, man, I'm canceling DoorDash Pass. I'm just doing it. Nah, I'm fucking canceling, dude. They don't make it easy. They really don't make it easy. Manage Dash Pass. That's it. Yeah, I'm just quitting it. Nah, fuck that, dude. It's just not worth it. Oh, I'm still on the complimentary Dash Pass. All right. Well, when it comes up for renewal, I'm going to cancel it. Yeah, Instacart's great for, like, grocery shit. It's fucking terrible for actual, like, prepared food. That's not what Instacart's good for. I should start looking at Postmates. I should start considering Uber Eats, but I should not be paying for Dash Pass. But I guess I'm still on the free tier of Dash Pass, so I guess I can't complain. That's my bad. I didn't realize. I thought I was actually paying for it at this point, so I get it. Right? If they want to put me on, like, the worst tier of Dash Pass just because I didn't pay yet, well, yeah, obviously I won't pay in the future, so that's on them. Dude, it's insane to me, like, how much these companies try and, like, grub for money and then subsidize some shit that they can't actually, like, do. And then you are responsible for complaining because they didn't deliver the thing that you totally paid for. Or at least tried to pay for, and I'm on the free tier, so that's on me. But come on. If you're going to give someone a free tier access to a thing, don't treat them worse, because they're not going to actually pay for it going forward if it sucks. Someone liked my if you're born in the 80s, you were statistically conceived to Peter Gabriel or Phil Collins. I feel like you can tell these days which one. Where my Peter Gabriel babies at? Because obviously the Phil Collins babies aren't here in chat. Wink. Yeah, so I guess I'm just cooking at home tonight. I got stuff to cook. It's fine. You're a drummer here, so you must be a Phil Collins baby. I disagree. Do. Come on. Nobody's writing home about that fucking drum beat. Nah, man, you could have easily still been conceived to Peter Gabriel, because I feel like even on Peter Gabriel's songs, it's better than that bullshit, fucking Phil. From Phil. Boom, roasted. Phil's Phil actually sucks. It's iconic, maybe, but it's not good. It doesn't suck, it's just not complicated. I get that, but come on, man. Compare it to other iconic Phils. Not Phil Collins. I mean like drum fills. And I still don't mean Phil Collins. I mean iconic fills. You're right. His is possibly one of the absolute most iconic. And it doesn't have to be complicated, but it still kind of sucks. But yeah, no, if I were challenged to find a more iconic drum fill, you're probably right. Damn, man, I'm trying to think of a more iconic drum fill. Maybe one of the ones that Ginger Baker did. But it's not iconic enough to, like, for me to remember the exact fill. He's Ringo Part 2. I mean, there's that thing, like, is Ringo the best drummer in the world? Ringo's not even the best drummer in the Beatles. Like, dude, come on. Come on. We All Live in a Yellow Submarine. They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake. Ringo, come on down. Yoko's gone. We can party again. And yes, I stole that bit from Bill Hicks. Because obviously. He may have had some iconic lines, but yeah, that's like, oh man, Ginger Bakery's so good. Is he? It sounds like a sack of potatoes falling at like a weird random beat, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Just saying, right? Like, Ginger Baker was good. He had some shit that was like, well, damn, all right, well, you did that, okay. But, dude, right? He's not the dude from Led Zeppelin, right? Like, dude, he is not that dude. He's not even the dude from the Doobie Brothers, which was actually like two dudes because of their percussionist, you know, which doesn't count, I guess. Sure. Right? Dude from The Who is better. Way better. Like, come on, man. What was that? Keith Moon? Was that the dude in... No, hold on. No. Keith Moon is the one from The Who. Yeah. The one from The Who. Keith Moon. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Brain fart. Yes. Keith Moon from The Who. Amazing drummer. Right? Like, nobody is sitting there thinking, right? Ginger Baker is actually, like, the best drummer of all time. Somehow, the cream of the crop... You think Ginger Baker is better than Keith Moon? Okay. I don't know. Maybe I lack the understanding. I'm not a drummer myself, so I don't fucking know. But when I listen to any Cream song, the drums are not the thing that I care about. But maybe that's actually a superpower. Because the drums fit the music so well that they just exist. Carter Buford and Danny Carey. Danny Carey is the greatest drummer of all time. I'm sorry, I'll box someone over that, and I'll lose in a boxing match, but I'm still right. That's a separate thing. Who is Carter Buford? What band was that dude in? Carter Buford. Drummer for Dave Matthews. Okay, he's all right. No, Danny Carey is the GOAT. But yeah, that's like my music preference shining through. So I get that. Yeah. Like, you know, we all have preferences. So yeah, God damn it. All right, so hold on. What would you say is the best Dave Matthews Band drum song? Is that Ants Marching? Is that Too Much? Yeah, I'd pick Danny Carey as all-time best, for sure. Dude, have you seen that Taro fucking, like, clip? Holy shit, dude. The drums in Too Much, and Too Much is actually my favorite Dave Matthews song, so yes, that just lines up. Terry Bozzio, titties and beer. Damn right, yeah, Terry Bozzio from fucking Frank Zappa and shit. Yeah, no, solid reference. Terry Bozzio, damn right. Titties and beer. And we'll play that song right after this one. We'll play that song right after this one. But dude, Too Much is my absolute favorite Dave Matthews song. So let's judge the drums first and foremost. All right, so this is actually not my absolute favorite song. What's the one that has like Jimmy Thang is your favorite? Okay, no, what's the one that has like Mom, it's my birthday. What would you say? That's the song. What would you say? That's actually my favorite. This one's actually really fucking good and funky. I forgot how funky this one was. I would say this would be a song I would prefer the drums for. So there you go. Yeah, I don't. I don't know, Sergeant Pepper. I there is just something a little cookie cutter about this drum beat. If I'm being honest, the fills are good. He's good, man. Like, I'm not saying he's not good. Like, come on. I don't know. I think there are drum beats I would prefer. Yeah. Danny Carey is S tier. Absolutely. Like, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, that Taro fucking live thing that's just from his perspective. Like, holy shit. Like, dude, didn't Danny Carey used to do like a thing where his like drum kit rotated around him? Didn't he used to do that? Maybe I just like heard that rumor and I bought into it too much. That might be me. But I do remember hearing that he would set up his drum kit based upon like the fucking stars or some shit. I wouldn't be surprised with a rotating drum kit, but hold on, no, if he was setting up his drums based upon like star sign bullshit, that one sounds way more accurate to me. That one sounds like totally on brand. Now, granted, was he frying on mushrooms or acid at the time? Yeah, probably. Yeah, whatever, probably. All right, so hold on. What do we think as a group is the best drum stuff Primus has ever done? Primus song with the best drums. And here we go. Someone is going with Candyman or Spaghetti Western. Ooh, Over the Electric Grapevine? Yes, we're going to do that one. We're going to do Over the Electric Grapevine because I have had a previous girlfriend that said that song was the embodiment of me. Let's see how y'all feel about that. I would say y'all don't even have to be my girlfriend, but you can recognize this. This song kind of feels like the vibe that I have in general, right? It's like got this like chill intro, and we do our thing, right? And we're hanging out, and then all of a sudden, right? So this song is basically my vibe condensed into like 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. 6 minutes and 22 seconds. Right, like this is a drum beat that's not just a standard 4/4, right? I don't even know what time signature this is. I don't even give a shit. It's just nailing it. I mean, it has this like ebb and flow with the rest of the song that like fits just so well, right? To me, this is a far more dynamic and iconic drum beat than the other stuff we just heard. Right? Right? Like, listen to that drum beat, dude. This has got to be Brain. This has to be Brain. There's no way this is Tim Alexander. Just Tim Alexander has a fucking vibe. So hold on. Primus drummer on Tales from the Punch Bowl. It's got to be Brain. Or I've been fucking up the whole time. To me, that's just, it feels like Brain. It is Tim Alexander. God damn it. All right, well, he's just that good. Shit. Brain is really fucking good, too. But yeah, you know what? Tim Alexander, man. Shit. Well, I would have lost that bet. No one took me up on it. So that's on you. But dude, like this drum beat is like iconic. Like it's so good, you know? That's some shit that you just don't find outside of like Primus and some of these bands that just don't give a shit, you know? Listen to that. Like, dude, it's so good. Come on, man. You don't even have to be a drummer to appreciate it. I put it way above. I even forget what we listened to before this. Shit, man. I'd have to look at my history at this point. Dave Matthews? Come on. I put it above anything Dave Matthews has ever done. No, hold on. Wait. GJ, were you the one that said, dude? No, it wasn't even you. Like, you don't have to feel bad for that. Nah, man. That was Sergeant Pepper. Sergeant Pepper needs to feel bad because he didn't even consider the Primus drummer. He said Carter Buford. Over this? Come on. And again, no one is wrong here. Absolutely nobody is wrong. Because this kind of preference, nobody can prove it. There's no right or wrong answer. The only wrong answer is not having an opinion, actually. You're only wrong if you don't have a favorite drummer. If you don't have an answer to give. You're only wrong in that case. And that's fine. It's okay to be wrong too. But god damn it, man. There are some next level drummers living among us that are just like under the fucking radar because no one actually like really pays attention to the drummer, you know? That's actually a thing. No one actually pays attention to the drummer. Right, there's probably some gospel drummer out there that is the absolute best drummer in the fucking world. Yeah, right? But I just hate his fucking music, so yeah, touche. You're a guitar guy, and to you, Santana was the best. It doesn't matter how technically better Joe Satriani is. Santana just sounds better, right? And that matters more so than technical chops any day of the week, right? Technical chops, dude, Joe Satriani wins. But as far as taste goes, Joe Satriani doesn't have any taste. He kind of fucking sucks, right? I could play some Satriani songs that are really fucking good. They're off of like Surfing with the Alien, which is his best album ever. But man, when you compare him to the people he taught, I would probably take Kirk Hammett any day of the week. I would take Kirk Hammett, a student of Satriani, over Satriani almost any day of the week. That's the thing, man, right? Like, you can't teach taste. Taste is a thing you have or you don't. And yeah, that goes for Buckethead too. Buckethead, super technically amazing and awesome, but do I want to listen to his music? Maybe. I'd rather listen to Jose Gonzalez. That's the biggest thing I can point out as a reference, right? Like, Buckethead may be technically a better guitarist. I'd rather listen to Jose Gonzalez any day of the week. Any fucking day of the week. That's on me, man. You know what? It's my stream. It's my stream and I'll cry if I want to. yeah, sorry. Bad joke. But yeah, we just heard some Primus. Solid stuff. Should I play more Primus? Oh yeah, Como Va's a classic fucking song, right? Yeah. But preferring Oye Como Va is a choice towards taste and style over technical chops, because there's very little in Oye Como Va that is technically admirable, right? And that's fine. Like, yeah, certain songs need technical chops and certain songs just don't. Oye Como Va does not need technical chops. It just needs to be a fucking vibe, you know? Exactly. That's what I'm saying, GJ, right? There are certain songs that just need to be a vibe. I feel like Primus is the only band I know of that some of their most like vibey songs are also super goddamn technical. Are you kidding me? Like, that song was amazing. I'm gonna play Southbound Pachyderm because fuck you, because I can. This song right here is a fucking vibe, dude. Is it that technical? No, it's not that technical because I can fucking play it on bass. It's just not that technical if I can play it. All right? It's really just not that technical. But it's a fucking vibe, dude. Give it time to build. Just saying. Anyway, should we keep doing any kind of coding because we haven't done any in like an hour? Maybe. Any of this could be a problem for tomorrow, too. No big deal. Time is an illusion. Dev time doubly so. No, we're actually at a point where we need to think about, like, user experience stuff. Should I start filtering accepted versus unaccepted stuff? Have we started procrastinating? We did start procrastinating, but I'm bringing it back to less procrastination because I want to think about like what we show in this list. So it's teamwork, you know? All right, let me go look at DoorDash. Will they give me the chance to actually order food the way I want it? I'm going to give them one more try. This is their absolute last chance. If they're too busy to give me the food directly, I just don't want it. Express to me, and they will do the express to me. All right. All right, I'm doing it. Fuck yeah, man. If they're gonna do the express to me, I'll fucking do it. All right? I absolutely fucking refuse at this point to let them deliver to anyone before they give me my food. So now at this point, if this shit's cold, that's DoorDash's problem. That's the restaurant's problem. More so even than DoorDash, right? If the restaurant gave me cold food, even though DoorDash gave me the direct fucking thing, well, okay. And then I should just stop ordering from this fucking restaurant. You know? Just saying. I'm only human. I'm not human. That's a different thing. Indian food. I only order butter chicken and naan. I have shit in my fridge and freezer that I should eat instead. Eh. I almost feel like DoorDash saw my tweet. Tandoori roti. Nah, man, I got the food I like, and I order the food I like. If I go out with a group, I'll try some shit. But I know exactly what I like, and I know what I want delivered. I'm not taking chances on delivery. I'm sorry, GJ. I'm very set in my ways. So that's the thing. Hold on, y'all. If you're not getting the express option, just complain on Twitter. Problem solved. I will happily eat food, a bunch of different shit with people at a meal. But if I'm just sitting here at home, like, I want the thing I want to eat. That's on me. I get that. I totally fucking get that, dude. I know this Indian place nearby, and man, I've had some really good, like, goat and, like, other things that someone else ordered, and it was amazing. But I don't know, man. I'm not made of money. I'm ordering one dish and one thing, and that's it. And I just want to eat and be full from that. I'm not refrigerating leftovers or some shit. No, dude. Are there other people out there like me that refuse to do leftovers from from ordering out? I assume when I order out, they've already refrigerated at least once, and I refuse to refrigerate something twice. I've worked too much food service to do so. It's just me? Alright, it's just me. Fuck it, whatever. I don't think I'm actually the only one, but at least, hey, Bales, you disagree, and that's fine, man. So, yeah, I guess it's just me if you and I were one-to-one. Is there not a single other person out there that is really particular about leftovers? I just don't do leftovers. I just don't. If it's my own stuff and I'm doing leftovers, well, yeah, I might for a day, like a single day. If I don't eat it after that day, it's garbage. Am I the only one that is that obsessive about leftovers? All right, so there you go, Stonkfish. You and I at least agree. You don't really do takeout? Yeah. I actually refuse to refrigerate takeout. I just don't do it. If I don't eat it that night, it's garbage. Or compost. But I don't have a compost bin, so it's not compost. I should be composting. Right? I would agree with the fact that I should be composting. But yeah, what up, Stonkfish? How you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, like, I am very apprehensive of leftovers. Oh, James, dude, I haven't gotten that deep into that stuff. But, dude, that shit fucking sucks, man. And yeah, James, you're like, I don't know, 7 levels ahead of me. We should play some game, but let me go grab some soda. BRB. Holy shit, dude. All right, so it's fucking pissing outside. It is pissing rain here in Washington. But yeah, James, I seen you playing the game. Come on, man. How is your Oracle going? Like, what kind of build did you go for? Are you like Bear Smash? Are you still on the wolf thing? You're still going Frostwolf. Okay. I am still plant guy because my character's name is not Bombadil. Because I couldn't lock down Tom Bombadil or just Bombadil alone. So I am not Bombadil, but I'm still doing the fucking plant thing because, come on, Druid. Great clear and boss DPS, you do need chaos resist badly. I feel like you can, like, you should be able to supplement that with your rings and amulet. And I could have sworn for other stuff you should be doing armor as elemental resistance, right? So like you can like boost your elemental resistance besides chaos really heavily. You just need some good pulls or enough currency to buy like the best shit. Sure, I get it. Yeah, I get it. All right, just double checking on my food order. It's coming soon. But yeah, James, I would be happy to play some game with you, man. I do think me and JLem and some other players would benefit from some boosting. I'm pretty sure you have a second character or two that you could like co-boost with, you know, just as a group. Just saying. So, you know, like, we could do that. Last time you checked, I was working on the admin panel. Anything super cool to Messijo since then? The admin panel is actually kind of bullshit. Yes, if it doesn't get too late. Yeah, no, you're right. Are you working this week? I kind of figured you were on vacation this entire week. And then time is an illusion, yeah? But I could pick a day or two whenever to end sooner. But so be the kids. Yes. The crotch goblins never take a day off. I get it. Apologies if that's not a term you like to represent your kids by. But it's true. The fucking ankle biters. Is that a better term? Is that one okay? All right, just double check. Right? Like anyone out there with kids, what do you prefer? Crotch goblin or ankle biter? Ooh, classic song. Seattle locals, by the way. Can I not do a poll? I don't know if I can do a poll from buffer. How do we feel about this? Is this offending people? If it offends no one, I done fucked up. If it offends everyone, well, I also done fucked up. It is absolutely ankle. All right, so James, as a father, how do you feel about this? And yes, no, it is ankle. I typed angle. No, you're right. I messed up. I messed up. Ankle biter. Yeah, touche. Ankle biter is a thing too. But yeah, no, you're right. No, so crotch goblin, ankle biter, or STD. I mean, kids are literally a sexually transmitted disease. Come on, man. If I add that to it, are we good? I feel like we're good now. I feel like we're good. As a parent, you think you're offended. I mean, you're only offended if you don't recognize the impact they've had on your life. You don't have to be sorry there, GJ. Like, what could be better? I get it, GJ, but also, come on. What if your kids got pregnant? Think about that, right? What if you had a daughter? What would be considered about their kid? Would it be a crotch goblin, an ankle biter, or an STD? Or other? Maybe I should remove the cowards? If I remove the cowards, are we good? All right, I think we're good. Other, also offensive, non-loving words. Yeah, gremlins. Right, so other, gremlin. What's another word for like a kid that you don't like? Cabbage? I don't have enough characters. Yeah, I don't have enough characters to say gremlin, cabbage, or other. So it's really just like other is other. What do you mean people love the gremlins? Have you seen the film? You shouldn't love gremlins. Nah, man, you should not love gremlins. Gizmo's the best. But you shouldn't feed him after midnight, and you definitely shouldn't water him. All right, so is this too harsh? Should I just like cache it for later? Is this a thing that I should definitely just not do? Because too many fucking parents are gonna get up in arms because their fucking baby is better or some shit. I would actually say that is my tweet doing its job, because your baby is not anything other than these two things as far as other people care. Your baby is a sexually transmitted disease. It really is. It really fucking is. Okay? I actually don't like doing engagement for engagement's sake. So, yeah, you know what? We'll just... Can I save this for later? Is there a way I can do that? This is what a good service on top of Twitter does. If I just did this in Buffer, I could save it for later, you know? Congratulations. Oh my god, dude. Congratulations. Dude, that shit's so bullshitty. No, I can't save this as a draft. I can't do anything about it. No, I just gotta, like, do it. No, this is fucking bullshit, man. Alright, so I'll take a photo of it. And then I'll just say, like, I thought about posting this. But holy shit, dude, like, we have a guy on a bicycle delivering our Indian food here soon? Yeah, I'll just post the photo. Exactly. And I don't even need to, like, post it as an actual poll. This dude just picked it up. Motherfucker. Dude, and he delivers so quick because he doesn't have, like, stoplights to deal with. So now I need to just go raid someone. Motherfucker. Alright, you know what? He delivers too quickly. But you know what? He's the fucking man. So, yeah, if we go to Twitter, or Twitch, sorry. Who do we go raid? I gotta go find someone right now. Like, seriously, I'm not even kidding. I have to find someone immediately. We see Zed. We see other people. We don't see that many people. So yeah, we go raid Z.A. Shaw, because he's great. Alright, so we go do that thing. Yeah, he's awesome. No, the bicycle, like, dude, Kenny, do you not realize, yeah, on a bicycle, I'm like a block away from this fucking place. I don't want to drive, because also, like, whiskey, like, I shouldn't be driving. Like, come on, no, we just go raid Zed. I pause the music, we do our thing, and I'll see you all over on gaming. But, yeah, like, yeah, we got a thing we do tomorrow, for sure. Right, we'll hang out, we'll do our thing. Let's go say hi, or goodbye, sorry, to the YouTube. Later, YouTube.